This is the very start of the stream. This is the very beginning of the stream. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Oh wait, whoops. I gotta fix the timer. Joe Dirt says, there you go. Yeah, I'm in the shorts, YouTube website. I messed up the timer, give me a second. There we go. Chick Dog says that's better. Yeah, it's fixed. The Potter says, Dawn, there's still a black thing. No, it looks good on my side. Joshua says, hola, Dawn. Hello, Joshua. Jacqueline says, okay, we good. Yep. Joshua says, can I ask you for advice? Yeah. The Potter says, now it's fine. Yep. I mean, it fixed on your end? Good. Meme Sloth says, hi, Dawn. Hello, Meme. Kerr says, hey, pal. Hi, Kerr. Meme says, hi, Donnie. Hello, Meme. Do says, how you doing, man? Good. I got, super chats on my YouTube now, so that's cool. Joseph Bear... Bearass super chatted $2. Thank you, Joseph. Joseph says perfectly balanced as all things should be. Are you just saying a Thanos quote for no reason? Or does that relate to how I don't know. But thank you, Joseph, I appreciate it. Korma2 says the short stream is a success. The horizontal stream can't be chatted on, but that's neither here nor there. That's another disadvantage with the horizontal stream. Lance says hi, Don. Hi, Lance. Joseph says for fixing the stream. Thank you again. Prosperous says all hail Joseph Barreras. Yes. The Potter says search Captain DeBoy. She is very strong. Okay, I'll search it up really quick. Captain DeBoy. Oh, that's the villain from Madagascar 3. She is strong. She's supernatural. Kerr says what? What? The Potter says search Captain DeBoy. Yeah, I just did. Do the Gritty says why did he delete all your live streams? They're not deleted. They're accessible through a playlist I made. I hid all of my live streams because I don't want to flood people's subscription box with my daily streams. Joda says dawn is breaking in Brazil. I'm going to soak up some morning sun, bro. Sounds good. Brazil. Kerr says, do you like pangolins? I'm guessing you decided to type penguins in a quirky way. Penguins? I like penguins. Jacqueline says, every single one of my comments got read in those little streams before. I was so happy. When you were moderator back in the day? EJ says, it's 5 degrees Fahrenheit and I'm outside naked eating Cheetos sledding on a beanbag chair. Okay. Mad Rush says, hi Don, you happy tonight? I am. Tis says pangolins are an animal like an aardvark, I think. Okay. The Potter says she can definitely defeat Napoleon. I mean, she's a cartoon character. She has supernatural powers, so I guess so. She's the more powerful Frenchman. Joseph says, I'm still laughing. You called me bare ass. I did. Sorry, but I guess you found it funny. Jacqueline says, no. In just the little ones just now when you were fixing settings. Okay, so just recently. Fast says, would you rather watch a tree grow, blah blah blah, neighbor, what? Former 2 says, let's power scale. What does that mean? Madra says, why so late, dude? It's 4:30 here. Because of my, schedule. I'm not going to get into why my schedule is like that, though. Chick says, do you think Joseph bare ass wears, chaps? No. Malachi says, if this video gets 12 likes, I'll leak my full address. Don't do that. Kerr says, okay, then what do you think about zebra swallow tail? Fine, I'll look that up. Zebra. Hopefully this isn't like porn or something. Oh, it's a butterfly. Cool looking butterfly. I haven't seen that before. Porma 2 says post it boy. What? EJ says he just got off his Twitch stream. Off my Twitch stream. What are you saying? Meme Sloth says, I swallow cum. Good for you. The Potter says, I have a Labrador. Her name is Lily. Cute. JK says, good morning. Good morning, JK. Melanie says, I know you. You do? Hello, Melanie. Josiah says, do you love your family? Yes, I do. Adita says, your name? It's Don, D-O-N. Melanie says, yay. Thank you. Hi. Okay. Tis what it is says laughing emoji. I don't know what you're laughing at. What are you laughing at? I don't know. The Potter says, I am eating chicken right now. The last meal I had was chicken. It was McDonald's. Chicken nuggets. Tell or ask me anything in the chat. Tell or ask me anything at all in the chat. Joseph Barreras says, what? No Big Mac? Yeah, that was an exception. Looks like my chat froze for a second, so that was annoying. Jacqueline says, what's the best advice you've ever received that applies to all situations? Slow and steady. I've thought of that advice a lot, slow and steady. I would keep that in my head. JK says, doesn't a breakfast burrito sound good right now? Not to me. Liam says, do 5 push-ups to be worthy. No, I don't like doing push-ups. Joe says, Donnie B is the cutest man alive. Thank you. Primal says, let's chill, bro. Aren't we doing it right now? JK says the chat is going slow. Compared to the past, yeah. Dan says the countdown is how much time you have left before you end the stream. That's true. Madrush says, if you knew the shit the put on chicken fingers, you'd throw up. Maybe. Silver says, whatever that is. Okay. Jamie says, are you going to finish eating that? What? Says, do you know Danny DeVito, the short actor? Yes, I do. JK says, has that stalker Dottie been on? It's been a few days since I've seen her. Primal says, is this a pre-recorded stream? No. Meg says, I have 3 packages of bologna in my fridge. Okay. Kerr says, I ate 20-piece nugget. That's exactly what I ate a few hours ago. Melanie says, I'm sorry for the person who said they broke up with his girlfriend. You're showing compassion. Okay. Liam says, I subbed. Alright. See you in future streams, I guess. Says, what is the cockpit called? Flight deck, navigation room, control room. Control room. Joe says, I ate a Big Mac with jalapenos. Do they offer that at McDonald's? I didn't know that was an option. Dilbert says, I will never sub, you duck. I mean, I care more about viewers than subscribers, and you've been a long-time viewer, so thank you. Rebecca says, do you play Pixel Gun 3D? I did many years ago. I remember playing that kind of creepy story. Liam says, if you could say one thing to the world, what would it be? Read Self-Reliance by Ralph Waldo Emerson. I wouldn't want to do a cliche thing and say, believe in yourself. I want to say something specific. Mass says, why you stream like that? I like this setup. Jacqueline says, at Chris, that's a lot of potassium. I'm gonna scroll and find his comment. Chris says, I ate 50 bananas. That is. And your profile picture connects with your comment. Scott says, you forgot me, Steve. I'm with you since you are nobody. Now Posh set up. I don't understand what you're saying. Big says, I'm a long-time viewer. Share something we don't know, non-personal. Were you inspired by that one YouTube short guy that asks for facts? Anyways, though, Eyes Wide Shut is the longest continuous film shoot belongs to the movie Eyes Wide Shut. JK says, I would say to the world, wash your damn hands. Okay. Melanie says, respect my brother to someone who said her GF broke up with her. Sorry, I don't get it. Franklin says, I sub, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, parasocially. Forma 2 says, you've told us that before. That's true to be honest. I'm just hoping to that one guy that he hasn't heard it before. Mad Rush says, gas emoji relief is crucial. I just let that happen in my sleep. Chris says, I see the world like a banana. Okay. Jacqueline says, us OGs know it all. That's true. Josiah says, would you swim next to a blue whale in the middle of the ocean for $500,000? I think I would do it for free. As long as all expenses are paid for, obviously. Jamie says, do you eat bananas the long way? I guess. Master says, what countries would you like to be born in? The UK. Incog says, grouper fish scare me. I'm not gonna search that up. PJ says, I like your background music. I ripped it from a YouTube video called Stress Test by Marcus Person. Dat Burb says, do you remember me? I do. Damien says, you stupid. No, I'm not. What's 9? What? Cyber says, what came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg. Dark says, as a Scotsman, the UK would be one of the last places I'd want to be born in. As a Scot. Man. I don't know why that's your opinion. I don't know the history. Rebecca says, do you like goats? I got 5 goats like goats. They're interesting creatures, freaky creatures, satanic, kind of. Jacqueline says, I use this type of background music as my background music for work now too. It's really good for focus. Yeah, it's like no lyrics, and the kind of musical pattern is pretty repetitive, not distracting. Millard says, are you a Viking? Clearly not. Damien says, you stupid. No, I'm not. What's 9 plus 10? 21. I remember that meme. Ahmed says, hi. Hello, Ahmed. Jacqueline says, 100 emoji. Okay. Gone says, I don't want to miss the whole stream. Do you have to leave? Bye if you have to leave soon. JK says, do you ever wake up with a sore groin? I don't really want to talk about my penis, my groin. Check, 1, 2, 3, check. Check. Lux says, but I love eating Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution VI GSR. Blah 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 before bed. You don't do that. JK says groin, not penis. I know what you mean, but it's like, it's adjacent, like it's kind of the penis. Fat Man says, what would you do for a Klondike bar? Nothing, I'm not interested. Dangerously says, I want you to do a very real laughing. If I forced myself to laugh, it wouldn't be real laughing. Yo Vince says, Don, nod. I'm not a dog, so I'm not going to do that. Daryl says, perpetual motion machine, a spinning turbine in space. I don't think that would work. Millard says, say I want to conquer Greenland. I'm not gonna say that. Josiah says, would you swim next to a blue whale for 500,000, but it's in the middle of the ocean? Sure. JK says, haha, it got stuck on my sore groin comment. I did get stuck on that. Joe says, laughing emoji. Okay. Dilbert says, Dawn, what a stupid name. Coming from Dilbert? Lux says, what is the difference between a Lamborghini and a dead body? I don't have a Lamborghini in my garage. Funny. D4 says, weird comment sections. What's your favorite online game? Rainbow Six Siege. Gian says, do you dream of migrating? Migrating? No. Stereo says, say I'm gay for $25. Don't know. No. Porma2 says, how many bones are in your body? 206. Jake says, Don Rosling Dilbert is peak entertainment. Glad to hear. Ahmed says, why is there a timer? That's when the stream ends. The Cricket says, dick enormous. Okay. Mark says, how is your day going? Great. Kerr says, it's actually Don and Dilbert enemies to lovers. I mean, it'd be cool to have like a close friend that happened to have a name that had the first, like you guys shared the first letter to your names. Chloe says, why are you doing this? For fun. D4 says, why is bro so dry? Personality. Jessica says, what is your channel about? Just this. JK says, do you like yogurt? I do. Mr. T says, if I ran away to where I'm going, did we make it, man? I mean, you made it, not me. Stereo says, say Skibbity Toilet for $67. I don't believe you. Mr. T says, facts. Okay. Moy says, answer, you have a broke a bone. Have I broke a bone? No. Zhang says, are you okay? Yeah. Kilo says, I'm leaving. Bye. Dat says, are you the sun? Because your eyes are brighter than my future. Okay. Lux says, Broy Toy was a verified CC. Oh yeah, there is someone in the chat that has that check mark. This guy. This guy. Mr. T says, why does chat not like, share, and subscribe? Let's blow up Don's channel. Don't do that to support me. Only do it if you, this is subscribing. Only subscribe if you want to see future streams, not to support me. Matt says, help me, please, the immortal snail is coming. I can't help. Kerr says, should I use the money that keeps my family fed to dono you in 13k instead? You shouldn't. Prick says, eggshells and potatoes. Okay. JK says, did you ever dip a banana in yogurt? No. Alan says, hello, I'm a fan. Hello, Alan. Eli says, hi. Hello, Eli. Collector Nick says, hello, Don. Sup, Collector. Jacqueline says, at shapeshifting, hi. Look, I got the spanner. It's called the spanner in Australia. Cody says, are you going to dip a banana in yogurt now? It's pretty good with honey. I haven't tried that. And I don't happen to have that near me. Kay says, what up, homosexual? I ain't seen you in a while. Hi. Taz says, let's talk about buttered sausage. If you want. Porma2 says, at K Foster, what's up? Okay. Cowboy says, I was gonna invite you to a Diddy party. Not interested. Jacqueline says, yep, we call it spanner, haha. Laughing out loud. I should have just said tool. I mean, I'm glad you said spanner because I learned something new. Steven says, what is this channel about? It's about just this, me reading messages. Kerr says, have you eaten sea urchin like sea otters? I haven't eat urchin before. Andrew says, what's the name of the smelly of rain? The smell of rain? I don't know. Moach says, are you a teenager? I'm not. JK says, Cody is right about bananas, honey, and yogurt. Okay. JK says, bro, your chat is lagging. I don't think it is. I think I'm just... I could read the most... I think my chat's fine. Mark says, do you play Roblox? I don't. That one random says, your side profile kinda looks like Steve Harrington, and you're kinda nonchalant like him. Okay. The Potter says, quote, spanner, demon emoji, snake emoji, kangaroo emoji, Australia. Okay. Lux says, Dawn, how can we save world hunger? I just wait for improvements in technology. Porma2 says, why do you play with my emotions? I play with your emotions? I don't think I do. At least not intentionally. Phone says, sir, can you stand up? I don't want to. Collector says, in the US, a spanner wrench, usually used to refer to a firefighting wrench, used to open hydrants. So it's like a specific wrench. Phone says, sir, have you eat chicken? I have. Check, 1, 2, 3, check. Check, 1, 2, 3, check. VY says, can you show us your dad? No. TD says, do you need sleep? You look tired. I'm fine. Shapeshifting Sweetheart says, 1, 2, 3, check. I was testing my audio a second ago. Alan says, can you smile for a second? I don't want to. Rosen says, remember me now? I don't. Garb says, what are your hobbies? Video editing. I Show Speed Guy says, how do dog poop? Just like the rest of the animal kingdom. Xavier says, palm trees are from Africa. That can't be true. TD says, alright, that's good, because it's unhealthy for you of your staying up. What? Chris says, bah, nah, nah. Okay. Shapeshifting says, throw up the 5, twin. What do you mean, throw up the 5? Pratt says, are you actually fine and happy? Yeah. Gamer says, genuine question, why are you doing this? Entertainment for myself, YouTube success, money. Liam says, Ronaldo or Messi? Messi. Alan says, are you sad or something? No. Smelly says, my clitoris. Okay. Jake says, I'm showing you to my friend. Say hi to Monfy, please. I'm not doing that. Dangerously says, have you ever drank water or breathed oxygen? Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm breathing right now. JK says, heated blankets are great. They are? I don't use them. The Potter says, check, 1, 2, 3, check. Demon emoji, police. Woman emoji. Okay. Rebecca says, a imposter vented into my home and called an emergency meeting. Okay. Alan says, do you have social anxiety like me? Somewhat. Bob says, you look like you're about to cry or highly sleep deprived. Well, this is how I look all the time. Prick says, I had a decent joke about a broken pencil, but it's pretty pointless for now. That's funny. Chris says, have you tried H2O and breathe oxygen? Yeah. Porma2 says, cry for us, Don. Just one tear, please. No, I'm not doing that. Rick says, yo, it's me. Hello, Rick. Emily says, life shouldn't be so sad. Kindness goes far, so smile, dude. Can't be that bad. I feel pretty good right now. Shapeshifting says, have you been gay? No. Primal says, okay. Okay. Char says, do you have any nightmares or weird dreams if you're sick/fine while sleeping? I think I do have more weird dreams on average when I'm sick. Gamer says, do you only do live streams or also shorts or long form videos? For now, I only do live streams. Steven says, what is your opinion on 6-7? I mean, it's not for me, it's not my thing, but I don't hate it. Fan says, look behind you. No. Faint says, where do you live? The USA. Phone says, do you have a girlfriend? Maybe. JK says he had to think about it if he's ever been gay. I watched something recently that was kind of gay, and I don't mean that in an offensive way at all, so that's why I kind of thought about that. Rick says, what should I say to someone who is very sick? Get well soon. Kerr says, you like yaoi. I'm pretty sure that's like anime that centers around like a gay couple, and no. The cricket says, never gonna give you up. Okay. Steven says, disgusting. No comment. Xavier says, why did the chicken cross the road? Is because you didn't cook it. Funny. JK says, do you like hockey? No. Shapeshifting says, music too quiet? You think it's too quiet. Okay, I'll raise it a tiny bit. Jewel says, I am being held at gunpoint, forced to read YouTube comments and help. That's not my case. I already read that. I Show Speed says, do you have a dog? I do. The Potter says, quote, Dawn, America flag emoji, water gun emoji. Okay. Collector Nick says, do you like the SDCC? What's that? Nemesis says, question. Sock, shoe, or sock, shoe. I do sock, shoe. Frozen Goals says, at Frozen Goals, is Frozen Goals not frozen? What? Siddu says, what's your favorite Pokemon? Mewtwo. Dangerously says, blah blah blah, my cock. What about the penis? Adam says, how do I type? You know how to type. Alan says, what's your zodiac sign? I'm not gonna say. Collector says, the San Diego Comic-Con. I'd love to go someday, but the tickets are crazy expensive and sell out quick. I'm not too interested in Comic-Cons. I mean, somewhat. Porma2 says, I love that YouTuber. Heart emoji. Are you talking about IShowSpeed? Gian says, I wish I lived near you. A happy day for me. Okay. Aiden says, can I get a shout out? No. Northern says, has science found an answer to the question, why do wolves howl at the moon? I don't know. Evan says, do you have any spicy political takes? If not, just a regular hot take. Spicy? No, I'm kind of an NPC to be honest. Burr says, can you show us your setup? I don't really want to. I think it's best if I just continue the stream the way it is. But maybe for a video one day. Jacqueline says, when we really disagree with something, a lot of us say, yeah, nay. I don't understand. Shapeshifting Sweetheart says, Shapeshifting Sweetheart. Now that I look at your name, I see that your name has 2 T's. Was it like that the way before, the last time I saw you? Are you an imposter? Porma2 says NPNC. What? Biggest says, it's me Tyler, but like I changed my name. I don't remember Tyler, sorry. Lit says, bro, how many people do you kill? I don't kill people. Kerr says, okay. Not yaoi, but gay. What about gay? What? Sid says, do you play any video games? If yes, what's your favorite one? That I play now? Minecraft. Josh says, are you mentally crazy in your head? Thankfully not. Kraken says, rather fight a dragon or take arrow to the knee? Arrow to the knee. Jacqueline says, the pronunciation is na. That's how it sounds, so yana. You say yana when you disagree with something in Australia? That's how I'm understanding it. Nemesis says, wolves use howling for pack communication, territorial defense, hunting coordination, and finding lost members, not lunar worship. I did not know it was used for that many things. Porma2 says Ace Ventura did things to me. Okay. Collector says, do you ever listen to Lana Del Rey? I don't, but maybe one day I'll give an album a listen. Aiden says I'm gay. Okay. Steven says the International Space Station orbits around 400 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. Okay. Jacqueline says, yep. Yeah, no. That's kind of weird to say. Yeah. When you're disagreeing. You know? Okay. Peanut says, is there a sport similar like F1 called Alpha Kenny? Oh, I'll fuck anyone? Funny. Doe says "cuh." Okay. Doe says good morning, Don Benitez. Hi. Joseph says I miss the dollar mods. I think I don't like it too much because it's very easy for someone to become mod and then go crazy, go on a rampage and just ban people. Jacqueline says cause nah means no. I do get that, but why is there also a yeah in it? That's kind of weird. Gorilla says, hi, my name's Gorilla Shay, not Gorilla. I know what you're thinking. I don't care to pronounce your whole name. I'm sorry. Jacqueline says, it is weird. Yep, weird. Perma2 says, no, yeah, that's funny. You're saying it's not funny? Okay. Sid says, what inspired you to start doing these type of streams? I mean, one factor as to why I do this is because I grew up watching YouTube, so I've been kind of brainwashed into wanting to be a content creator. Anish says CCCC DTUCSTUR. You want me to invent my own, like, abbreviation that's, like, similar to yours? Porma2 says, at Porma2 gets it. It means funny. Okay. Porma2 says, why would you abuse the mods? I abuse mods? I don't think I do. Emily says, have you ever seen Australian animals? Not in person. Well, actually, maybe at the zoo. But I haven't been to Australia. Shapeshifting says, make me mod on Virtue alone. I mean, you would be on the top of the list, but it requires money. Perma2 says, the American Midwest does similar things, Jacqueline. It does? Okay. Blood says, oh hero, welcome to City Chicken, where the chicken is city. Okay. Official says, hi, I'm new to this channel, nice to meet you. Australian flag emoji, Jacqueline. Hi. Joseph Barrera says, how is Porma2 not on top of the mod list? He's on top of the mod list. Jacqueline says, at Porma2, heart emoji. Okay. Ian says, do you know what's our space name? I don't get it. JK says, can you cut their mightiest tree down with a herring? What? Sir says, random question. Do you like trance? I don't know what that is. Is that like hypnosis? Steven says, at Porma2, the bills can't be this high, bro. Okay. Dale says, hello, Big Dong Don. Can we see your double chin with your head down a bit? I would consider it if you gave me money. Porma2 says, I don't get it either, Don. The bills can't be this high. Sir says, your IQ is like a Googleplex per gigapara. Okay. The Potter says, what? Okay. Kerr says, I'm also on the top mod list. Okay. Peanut says, I time traveled once. I asked a guy out there What year is it? He said it's 400 BC. Okay. The Potter says, Don, are you gay? What? Alan says, hello, do you love your fans? Please read me. This is important, so please read me. I don't love my fans, but I appreciate them though. JK says, greetings, King Arthur. You seek their holy grail. Okay. God says, some of you are saying the dumbest shit. Okay. The Potter says, Don, are you gay? Australian? Yeah, nah. The Australian is saying that they are not gay. Okay. Alexander says, describe steak. A cut of meat. I think that's usually from cows. Pormatu says, Ark of the Covenant or the Holy Hand Grenade. I don't know what the Holy Hand Grenade is, but I do know the Ark. Joseph says, are we called parasocialites? I think of you guys as that. I have thought about that word before in my head and thought that's what my viewers are. Jacqueline says, yes, you used it correctly, Don. Great. EJ says, I'm that Seahawks fan who lives across the street. Tell your little brother to clean up after your dog. Australians go down under. I don't get it. Rock says Jesus loves you. Okay. Real says eat and swallow indium or eat soggy bread with a side of ketchup, mustard, and milk mixed together. Soggy bread and the other stuff you said. Shapeshifting says type C to explode Australia. Okay. Kerr says we are meant to stay stupid shit. To say stupid shit? I mean, it's entertaining. Porma2 says, will it work? I don't think it will. JK says C, it's not gonna work. Peanut says, it meant that the guy I asked to also time traveled. I forget what you're talking about. Dweeb says, if you could invent a new planet in the atmosphere, and if you were name it to, what would you name it? Eden. Shapeshifting says, bye Don, you do not read me. Me sad, me gone, me dead. Bye. Cat's Eye says, do you know blah blah blah? I don't. Alexander says, describe a V8 motor. A motor that is not desirable. A bad motor. I don't know about motors. Jacqueline says, Shapeshifting said the same thing a couple days ago. He did? Okay. Dweeb says, if you could invent a new planet in the atmosphere, and if you were name it to it, what would you name it? Oh, you didn't catch my answer. I said Eden. Sir said, Googleplex, you enter a realm where numbers are defined by their mathematical properties, leading to scales of magnitude that defy easy description. You can go beyond Googleplex? Ian says, you have the cold, soulless eyes of a psychopath. Okay. The Potter says, quote, Harry Potter. Royal Guard emoji. Okay. Aiden says 50 nice video. What? Cool says, the hell are these science shit y'all are saying? I mean, I enjoy educational stuff. Gamer says, please answer my question. Do you do anything else than YouTube live streams? I've been posting on TikTok, but it's just highlights of my live streams. Gorilla says, if you could scream right now, I'll send you $50. No deal. Aiden says, I put ketchup on my mac and cheese. It's tasty. You should too. That sounds interesting. Real says chicken tenders, chicken breast, or chicken thighs. Chicken breast. Q says, remember me? I do. Alexander says, search up Grog TV. I haven't searched something up in a while, so I'll do it. Hopefully this isn't gore or pornography. It's a YouTube channel about cars in a video game. Beam NG. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, petrichor is the smell of rain. Okay. Fatima says, hello, do you remember me? I do. Sakori says, are you faded right now? I'm not. Supreme says, ever been to North Korea? If I had been, I would still be there. Actually, no. I think North Korea accepts tourists. But I haven't been. Alexander says, say the number of pi. 3.14. That's as far as I'll go. Sir says, are you going to write me out a prescription for my freaking medication or what? I'm not your doctor. Steven says, wow, bro, is smart as hell. No, I'm not. Rosen says, remember me now? I do. Peanut says, who will you trust more? ChatGPT or Grok? I trust ChatGPT more. Dexo says, are you live or is this a video? Obviously this is live. Ta says, you are pretty funny. Don't lose an eyeball. Thank you. Thank you. I think there is a possibility that happens though, because I've slept a lot with my eye contacts in, so maybe it's possible that I get an infection soon. Porma2 says, is a better word plausible? Plausible? I forget the context. Aiden says, have you ever fished? I have. NX says, show us your headphone dent. I don't really want to. Parma2 says, the. Okay. Kerr says, humans actually smell petrichor more than sharks smell blood. Because we evolved to smell and seek out water. Really? Okay. Jacqueline sent a super chat of $3 Australian. Thank you, Jacqueline. Jacqueline says, love your chat and vibes. I'm glad that you're enjoying the chat and the vibes. Thank you again, Jacqueline. You've super chatted twice so far this. Thank you. Peanut says, there was a movie named Constipation. It never released. Funny. Dexo says, do you know Fyodor Dostoevsky? He's an author. I haven't read any of his stuff. Jacqueline says, you're welcome. Thank you again. Ta says, I was watching you the other night and I was like, wowie. Okay. Tora says, hey Jacqueline. Okay. J9 says, do you love Snoopy? No. Tom says, sniff your fingers. I'm not Wings of Redemption. Alexander says, if you ever find a hamburger and you take a bite, what happens? Does the hamburger get smaller? Or does it get bigger and bigger? Please, can I have a shout out? I think it just gets smaller, and no, you can't. Ryan says, I met the guy that invented window shelves the other day. What ledge? Okay. Brad says, did you know that Earth has more trees than stars in our solar system? I did not know that. I wouldn't expect that fact. Well, actually, I should know that. There's only like one star in our solar system now that I think about it. Let Me Be says, what is your favorite condiment? Buffalo sauce. Real Dirty says cantaloupe or Jamal. Jamal de Quifa? Anyways, though, cantaloupe. Cal says, do you know that I have like it and I really do have rabies? I hope that you somehow beat it. Porma2 says cantaloupe all the way. Flip that, Fantasia. I mean, I like watermelon more though. Vishnu says, bro, you are cute for real. Okay. Supreme says Kim Jong-un or Biden? Biden. Mute says buffalo sauce on watermelon? No, on chicken. Chloe says, I don't know why, I've been here for like 2 hours and I low-key like vids like these, haha. You like these kind of chill streams? Okay. Danny says, Adderall is addictive, brother. I've heard that. Kovan says, can you say Kovan? It's my name. There you go. Peanut says, good for you to know that we have a new sun every next morning. Okay. Alami says, severe dementia or no legs? No legs. Steven says, I know you are a fake ass chiller. I can sense the ambition. I don't know what you mean by that. Jacqueline says, fun fact, the rings around Saturn are made up of things like dust, ice, and rocks. Ice. I did not know ice. Joseph says worrying is a misuse of imagination. I mean, it's both a gift and a curse. Cool says, don't listen to this at 3 times speed, it's scary. I will say that it sounds nice to listen to my previous streams at 2 times speed. Dexo says, ice is dangerous, yo. They won't like yours looks. Maybe. Kovan says, do you have diarrhea? I don't. Alexander says, what is the point of living? There is no great point. Ta says, can I have the $3 Jacqueline gave you? Please, I am poor. Sorry, no. The Aces says, what do you think of the rumors that Super Earth are considered the bad guys? I don't get it. Real Steeple says, don't you get bored? A little, but not completely. JK says, what is 3 Australian dollars equal to? 10 US cents? No, it's not that bad. Brad says, did you know that a lightning strike is hotter than the sun's surface? I did, and that's a crazy fact. Kerr says, what dessert would you have for the rest of your life? A sugar cookie. Joseph says, your life is as good as your mindset. True. Feb says, do you watch ASMR? I don't. Peanut says, raise your hand if you are kidnapped. Okay. Isa says, how cure idiot people? I'm not sure you can improve IQ. Jacqueline says, I think $3 in Aussie is about 2 in America. Okay. JK says, was it wrong for me to make out with my 4th cousin? I mean, I guess not, but it seems pretty weird. JK says, I already read that. Steven says, are you a high IQ individual? I do not think so. Vishnu says, today is IShowSpeed's birthday. It is? Okay. Perma2 says, hello, every pony. Okay. Nathan says, what was the best part of your life and why? When I was a kid, because when you're a kid, you're just infinitely happy. Alami says, happy birthday, Speed. Okay. Amyar says, hi. Hi. Spin says, have you played the new Donkey Kong? I haven't. Joseph Barrera says, I'm moving. I hope you find your new home is a good place to live. Elami says, severe dementia or severe schizophrenia? Schizophrenia. Jacqueline says, will you ever share your movie edits? Eventually, I don't know when though. Dorset says hi. Hello, Dorset. Truly says, hi, gay mate. How's it going? Hi, Truly. Rio says, do you believe that Earth is flat? I don't. Real says, please eat and drink. Your voice sounds very weak. I think my voice is just weak in general. Hannah says, have you seen Dracula 2025? I have not. Kerr says, do a mukbang for a dono. I'll eat a energy bar if you donate $500. Aiden says, go go gaga 16. Okay. Mute says his vocal cords are not red-pilled. They're not. I don't have the accent though. Jacqueline says dono. Jacqueline says what's a dono? It's short for donation. Cal says here's a tip, brush your teeth. I do, but they're just permanently yellow. Kerr says no shot, brother. You out of your mind with $500. I really don't want to eat on stream, so I made it a terrible deal. May says, do you play Clash Royale? I do not. I says, are you broke? No. The Potter says, quote, Sir Don Benitez, England flag, T emoji. Okay. Peanut says, there's something wrong with you, bro. I mean, nothing serious at least. Alumni says, guess the movie. Person emoji, swords emoji, vampires emojis. I don't know. Random says diabetes, type 1 or 2, pick one. 2. Isn't 2 the less, the one that's like not as bad? Rio says I'm broke, life is a joke. Okay. Ari says Sinners, probably the movie. You're guessing Sinners. Okay, I haven't watched that movie. Joseph says 500, say less. Don Cena, I got you. That would be such a waste of money to spend that just to watch someone eat. Don't do that. Elemi says the movie was Blade. Oh, I remember that movie. I watched it in the movie theater. Lewis says, what do you like for breakfast? Eggs. Dexo says, does it hurt? What? Vishnu says, bro, I think you have to take a rest. Your eyes are red. I feel just fine. I'm not sleepy. Steven says, you sound like Ryan Gosling. I don't think so. Am says, type 2 is acquired, and once you stand a chance of curing with diet, exercise, and weight loss. Type 1 is congenital and incurable. Okay, I was right. I want type 2, not 1. Aiden says, look up what chainsaw was meant for. For C-sections? I know. Dorset says, your voice sounds like you're tired. Well, I'm fine. Eli says, I pressed the button and it clearly didn't work. Motherfucker. What? Elemi says, my friend got type 2 diabetes when she was pregnant, laughing my ass off. Is it especially funny because she was pregnant at the time? I don't get it. JK says, do you have siblings or an only child? I have siblings. Big says, do you think animation should be treated with more respect and not as something just for kids. I mean, yeah, yes. Eli says, do you have an Xbox? No, PlayStation. Rod says, do you think you should get some sleep? I'm fine. Starforge says, have you gone to university? I'm gonna keep that private. Kerr says, I will buy you any food if you don't owe me 50 cents. Why would you make that deal? Like, I don't understand why you'd have that deal. Just sounds stupid. Hobby says, I've wasted 3/4 of my day. What should I do? You should try to be productive. Even if it means, like, set a timer, waste 15 minutes of time, but once those 15 minutes are over, spend like 1 minute being productive. Mutt says, waste all your day. There's another suggestion. The Potter says, Don QL. Okay. Coca-Cola says, is the timer when you come out of the closet? No. It's when the stream ends. Joseph Barrera says, there's a lot of animated shows for adults like The Simpsons, Rick and Morty, and Family Guy, for example. True. I think maybe there's already respect to animation when it comes to adults. Dweeb says, what's the quote for today? The way of truth is like a great highway. It's not hard to find. Coca-Cola says Bigfoot built the pyramids. No. Dilbert says Don's IQ is 50. Not that low. JK says deep. Okay. Hannah says a Pokemon episode in Japan caused hundreds of children to have seizures at the same time. Wow, I did not know that. That's an interesting event. Jacqueline says, great quote. I'm glad that you liked it. Nani says, do you ever sleep, Don? I do, but I know that it can seem like I don't with considering the time I stream. The Potter says beat. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, where did you see or hear that quote? It's not a popular quote. I think it's by some Chinese person like 2,000 years ago. I don't know the author. Kerr says, I have a quote. If you're feeling trash, know it's called trash can for a reason and not trash can't. Cute. Mutt says, you look exactly like Tupac. I don't think so. Joseph says, Sun Tzu? JK. No, not. You said just kidding, but it's someone in that world. Peanut says, what's your favorite science fiction movie? Blade Runner. Spino says, Don, are you John Cena? I'm not. The Potter says, Gary, kangaroo emoji, koala emoji. Okay. Grave says, Gary the Goat. I don't know who that is. Ta says, you look like a Diddy. Okay. Joseph says, no, he's Don Cena. Okay. London says, music sounding glorby. Glorby. That seems correct, even though I don't know what the definition of glorby is. JK says, is John Cena sick? He looks skinny. I don't know, I don't keep up. Rio says, are you into novels? I'm not, but I want to be. Ari says, how much you weight? 140 pounds. Big says, I think glorpy means alien sounds. Oh, okay. Paul says, who would win in a fight? John Cena or school? Or a whole school? The school? Spino says, are you an alien? I am not. Void says, are you Asian? No. JK says, bro, you weigh 140 pounds? Is that, much, smaller than you were thinking? Quad says, what happened 2,026 years ago? From what I've heard, Jesus was born. Joseph says, additional time for donos or not? There's additional time. As long as that pinned comment is there saying that there is, that you can do that, then you can do it. Daniele says his gush fizz. Okay. Geralt says at John livestream go to now. What? Jacqueline says at Joseph emoji. The 2 J's. Chris says you're a legend, bro. I love your channel. Thank you. Kerr says at Coca-Cola, not funny, bro. Okay. Vish says choose each one from 3 pairs. BMW or Mercedes. I'm not gonna. Mercedes. I'm not gonna read the rest though. JK says how tall are you? 5'7". The Potter says, have you read Diary of the Wimpy Kid? I haven't. Kurt says, always ask the Asians when the dogs go missing. I condemn your comment. Coca-Cola says, congratulations on beating the sexual assault charges against your sister. There was never such a thing. Let says, do you have a license to pilot small aircraft? No. London says, condemned to the shadow realm. Okay. Paul says, $1,000 or your channel? My channel. Dweeb says, what was your thoughts about the Charlie Kirk assassination? I thought it was unfortunate. The Potter says, have you? What? Michael says, is slop hole a curse word? I don't know. Spino says, are you Charlie Kirk? No. Wesley says, do you like Wingstop? Not really. Porma2 says, somebody wrote gullible in the chat. Nobody did. You're trying to trick me. James says, say my name, Phoenix. There you go. Let me says gullible. I guess now there's gullible in the chat. Gullible. Spinos, Donna's gullible. Gian says Catholic. I'm not religious. Aiden says Boulevard. Okay. Joseph says, I remember he said he had Wingstop once and didn't like it. True. For whatever reason, I didn't like it. Maybe if I gave it a try again, I would like it. James says, hi. Hi. Talia says, can you say Talia is my name, but you have to say Talia. Talia. I think I'm pronouncing it right. Shapeshifting says legal. I mean, I'm an adult. Mutt says Wingstop and Buffalo Wild Wings are overrated. Okay. The Potter says, it's me, Mario. Italy flag emoji. Okay. Turbo says, takes 5 working days to read a comment. No. Not that bad. Cuss says, I'm new. Okay. Sir says, they are associated with events like soft gamma repeaters and anomalous X-ray pulsars. What? Dorset says, spell a word. W-O-R-D. Talia says, do you have any tips on dancing? Don't think. The Potter says, oh no, not again. What? Treddy says, hello. Hello, Treddy. Amy says, spell iCup. No. Joseph Barrera says, tell us a joke. A man walks into a bar. Bump. He actually walked into the bar. Michael says, ooh. Okay. Spino says, what's your opinion on smashing particles at 99% the speed of light for scientific purposes? I mean, I know CERN is doing that, so I'm sure CERN has a good reason, so I'm for it. I don't believe they're opening a portal to hell. Joseph Barrera says, what the fuck? Laughing emoji. Okay. Sir says, the decay and rearrangement of these immense magnetic fields generate powerful flares and bursts of high energy light. I don't like these factoids, I'm just confused, they're so advanced. Jacqueline says, I'll never get tired of that joke. I like it. I should have more jokes up my sleeve, not just that one. JK says they are opening a portal to hell. No. Spino says, John Lit is a nerd. Yes. I wish I was a nerd, though. I wish I was smart. Talia says, my sister said you look like Charlie Kirk. Okay. Broken says, I got banned from a Geekers chat. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, maybe a portal to the upside down. No, neither that. Mutt says, my cousin said you look like Keanu Reeves. Not really, no. Lana says, hey man. Hi, Lana. Spino says, CERN is making a portal to Agartha. Not that either. Broken says, wait, what's happening here? Me reading your chat messages? Porma2 says, my cat thinks you look like Barack Obama. There's lots of stuff wrong with that comment. The Potter says, who would win, Trunchbull or Napoleon? I don't know who Trunchbull is. Let says, a portal to the upside down? You could achieve the same effect with a flight to Australia. Funny. Broken says, look dead in the camera and say they should unban the meat mountain at Arby's without smiling. I'm not doing that. Big says, Trunchbull is the principal from the Matilda movie. He probably looks interesting, like intimidating or something like that. The Potter says, please search up Trunchbull. Okay, I'll search it up. Trunchbull. Images. Okay, I'm looking at it, and it's a tough looking woman. Lana says, I think you look like Gum All. What? Parma2 says, cross from the mountain pass or across the great river. River? I'm just choosing something random. Shapeshifting says, achoo. Okay. Lana says, I meant Gumball. I hate my autocorrect. I look like the cartoon character Gumball. Okay. Vish says, if you could choose any celebrity to meet with, whom would you choose? I'm not really into celebrities. I don't know. How about Paul McCartney? Jacqueline says, at shapeshifting, bless you. Okay. The Potter says, Don, so who would win, her or Napoleon? Probably Napoleon. Yeah. I mean, if it's just fist to fist, probably her. But I think Napoleon could outsmart her if it's not fist to fist. JK says Paul McCartney, he's still alive. That's kind of the reason why I would choose him, because he's so old. Might be interesting to have a conversation. TMB says, are you based? Do you support the Geek Bar Vape Nation? I'm not based. Porma2 says, who would win, Porma2 or the Potter 08? I'm gonna go with Porma2. You seem, Porma2, to be a bit more mature. Mutt says, She-Hulk or Joe Rogan in a fistfight? She-Hulk. JK says, what does based mean? It means to be, like, in the know of a truth. Of the truth. Like, it's to be in the know of, like, to agree with something controversial. It's like controversiality, and it's also the truth. Joseph says Porma2 versus shapeshifting. Porma2, he's mature. Spino says, what's your opinion on Gravis stars? I don't know what that is. Lana says, guess where I'm from. It's in North Africa. Algeria. Porma2 says, at shapeshifting sweetheart, I throw haymakers, watch out. Okay. Dorset says, read this, please. Bart or Nelson Muntz? Bart. JK says, oh, based, like the fact that aliens live among us? I mean, sure, but in my opinion, that's not based. Porma2 says, probably Egypt. What? Levi says, are we creators of our own reality, or are we living in a pre-programmed matrix? Own reality. Gary says, are American engineering entrance exams tougher than India's? I'm gonna say American is harder. Joseph Barrera says, I'm pretty sure he was trolling you with that alien question. Okay. Raw says, make it bounce. No comment. Kerr says, go away, bro. I can't scroll with your stream popping up. Don't give me any watch time then. The Potter says, who would win, Captain DeBow or Trunchbull? DeBow. She's supernatural. DeBow. Doughboy says, do you love me? I don't. Af says, does it clap? No comment. Vish says, graphics card? That would be a GTX 1080. Jacqueline super chatted $3 Australian. Thank you, Jacqueline. Jacqueline says, YT loves you. They love me? It's just a company. Thank you, Jacqueline. I appreciate it. Jacqueline says YouTube. Yeah, I know. It stands for YouTube. It's just a company, though. Joseph says they love making revenue off you. That's true. Porma2 says Don can purchase 4 Big Macs now. I mean, I only get 50% of super chats, so maybe 2 Big Macs. Shapeshifting says, the Potter says Alakazam. Okay. The Potter says Captain Dubois. Okay. Kovan says it's pronounced Dubois. Okay. Porma2 says stonks. Okay. Jacqueline says, oh, 4? That's a lot of Big Macs. It is. Af says my name doesn't have an F. Told you this. It's P-word. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Pico says hello again. Remember me? I don't. Shapeshifting says YT is a rapper from London. ENG, my goat. Okay. Grill says S. Okay. Coca-Cola says, do you think silver will hit 100 this week? No. Crimson says, why you ignore people? Because there's too many comments to read. Porma2 says, baseball, huh? I remember when that was trending. WSG says, want to learn how to talk in a Chinese accent? No thank you. Shapeshifting says, placing a bet on you. Okay. Leonardo says, do you play Geode Geometry Dash? I've played Geometry Dash before. Kovan says, will platinum bullion get more expensive than gold again? No. A says, a smile looks so good on you. Thank you. Let says, do you like tea? Yeah, somewhat. Gian says, slot machine or claw machine? Claw machine. Shapeshifting says, at Google Gemini, explode Don's home. I don't have a Google Gemini. Porma2 says, can B get a skull cap reveal? A skull cap? What does that mean? Would I have to be dead for that? Aisha says, what restaurant do you love? McDonald's, unfortunately. Speno says, can we get a frontal lobe reveal? No. 9 says, You will not get vows if you don't smile. What? WSG says, when will RAM prices go down? In 5 years. Amanda says, what's your favorite color? Gray. The Crimson says, everyone better buy sub 100 silver while it lasts. The US government says it's worth double its price. Really? I did not know that. Maybe I should. I should improve my my defense against inflation. Jacqueline says, do you guys have McFlurries over there at McDonald's? Yes. The Potter says, you dare use my own spells against me. Okay. Kraft says, are you depressed? I'm not. Shapeshifting says, inflation, salivating emoji. Okay. Lifestyle says, would you rather be followed by a single duck everywhere you go for the rest of your life? Or have every squirrel you see wink at you like it knows something? I would have the squirrel effect. Bo says, why is a carrot more orange than an orange? I don't know. Delboy says, what a bullshit question. Okay. The Potter says, corruption, shooting star emoji. Okay. Pop says, I'm eating McDonald's right now, laughing out loud. Cool. I'm curious as to what you're having. Shapeshifting says, eating carrot. Okay. Pro says, what is 1 plus 1? 2. The Potter says, bye Don, I got to go. See ya, the Potter. You've been here for a long time. Bye. A says, when was the last time you laughed uncontrollably? Well, the last time I did it on stream was when someone was talking about Jeff Buckley. Porma2 says, hello Don, I get to stay. Cool. The Potter says, wave emoji, hope you have a great day. Bye, the Potter. Jody says, I'm curious what your favorite meal is. The Big Mac. WSG says, how tired are you? I'm not really tired. Jacqueline says, did you ever get to watching Vanilla Sky? I did not. I mean, I'm just not into movies. But it's on my list. I remember it has Tom Cruise in it, right? Jada says, what's the name of that background sound? It's so cool. I ripped it from a YouTube video called Stress Test. It was posted by Marcus Person. Trump says, hey Don, what is your favorite song? I like On a Plane by Nirvana. James says, how many push-ups do you want me to do? 5. Ray says, nah, he's not alone. I'm inside the wall behind him. No, you're not. Adam says he likes Radiohead. Yeah, I've listened to Kid A, the album, a lot. Shapeshifting says, Don, I love Big Mac. Big Mac. Ooh, I love you too. Come over here. Don. Okay. Cool story. Porma2 says light work. Yeah, only 5. That's not light work for me. Little YouTube guy says, you want a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? No. Jacqueline says, Radiohead is on the soundtrack of Vanilla Sky. It is? Okay. Big says, hey, do you play any instruments? I used to play the piano. Ray says, chocolate rain. That's an ancient meme. Pop Rock says, not me being a big back, having 3 cheesy bacon flatbreads, 2 hash browns, and an OJ. That's a lot. Wow, I couldn't eat all of that. Nor says, my name Lily, would you rather be an alien or a robot? I would want to be alive. I would want to be real, an alien. Porma2 says, I tell you to eat a burger to put on weight, but that doesn't seem to work. Yeah, I eat a lot, but I'm still kind of skinny. Jacqueline says, you're very patient with me, Don. Much respect. I'm patient with you. I will say that I try to give your comments more thought, because you're a long time, because you're a long time viewer, like Porma2, Shapeshifting, and other people. Joseph Barrera says, would you rather be feared or respected? I say, is it too much to ask for both? I mean, I want to say respected. Jacqueline says, thanks. You're welcome. Spicy says, when will you wear wigs? Never. A says, you said your love was reserved for only friends and family. Was that you indirectly flirting? No, you guys are not going to become that. Solaha says hello. Hi. Banana says, favorite video game? Red Dead Redemption 1. Thrift and Thing says first. You are not first, and what a cool profile picture. Joda says the ends justify the means. Utilitarianism. Nor says, if you lose your hair, will you wear a wig or a cap? Probably a cap. Beetroot says, hey, cutie patootie. Hi, Beetroot. Cool says, do you play Roblox? I don't. Jacqueline says, at thrift, laughing emoji. Okay. Coca-Cola says, have you seen the Eyes Wide Shut prequel? Before the shutting. Funny. Death SFM says, period. Okay. My Sherry says, Kubrick is the man. He is. A says, OMG, you really are a cutie patootie. Okay. Meme Sloth says, do you like horses? Sure. Brad says, Thrift's profile picture is low-key fire. It is fire. They says, hello. How are you? I'm good. Thank you for asking. Amanda says, how many push-up splits do you want me to do? 5. Midnight says, what hairstyle do you think I should get as a girl? Something simple and natural looking. Porma2 says heavy work. Okay. Emma says hi. Hello, Emma. Pop Rock says hi. Hello, Pop Rocks. Haven't you been here? Mutt says 6'7". Okay. Shapeshifting says like pink-haired girls. I'm not attracted to it. Midnight says that's not an answer. I'm not too familiar with girl hairstyles. Porma2 says get a calico split die. Okay. Says hi. Hello, Sponge says, are you gay? I'm not. Kim says, do you like apple juice? I do. Joseph Barrera says, should I get a mullet or not, Don? You should not, because I wouldn't. Midnight says, I'll sub, hee hee. Okay. Amanda says, that was a little easy. What? Oh, the split thing? I wasn't too sure, like, what was a high amount. Like, is 3 a high amount? Is 20 a high amount? Coca-Cola says, Alexa, upload my picture gallery onto the stream. Doesn't work. Brad says, I like hombres and girls to whoever the girl was looking for a hairstyle. Okay. Shapeshifting says, is the sky red where you are? No. Still no. IYDK says, why do I hate me? I don't know why. I'm sorry that that's the case. Mutt says, Siri, call my mom. Let me double check that this is actually not happening. Okay, I remembered to turn off Siri. Element says, do you unsupport a football club? I don't support any football clubs. I guess says, how long have you been streaming? Like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Shapeshifting says footballs. Salivating emoji. Okay. Sardar says, bro, what you think about Pakistani vloggers? I haven't watched them, but that sounds interesting. I like watching vlog content from foreign countries. Porma2 says, you are going to be chick one day. Just keep voguing. I don't know what voguing means. Unknown says, I'm a sponge. I bet you're not even from London. What? Jacqueline super chatted 8 Australian dollars. Thank you, Jacqueline. I think that's like the 3rd super chat. Thank you. Jacqueline says, I had to laugh at the Alexa comment laughing out loud. It deserved a highlight. Oh yeah, Alexa, put my photo gallery on the stream. Even if I had an Alexa, that wouldn't work. But that was funny to imagine. Thank you again, Jacqueline, for your super chat and your other super chats. I really appreciate it. Shapeshifting says, Australian dollars. Indeed. Sardar says, bro, that is not interesting. They are cringe. I liked it. I says, can you give me money? No. Mr. Time Capsule says, react to some videos. Not right now, but maybe one day. Porma2 says, would you keep a pig as a pet? I don't like pets, and even if I did, pigs would be on the low on the list. 3 says, how? What? Mutt says, would you colonize Mars? No. Poprox says, hi. Hi, Poprox. Porma2 says, you have forsaken me. I guess I have. Shapeshifting says, come to Mars. I'm good, no thank you. Shani says, wave emoji. Okay. Thank you again, Jacqueline. My Sherry says, Stretchy fart hilarious. No. Shapeshifting says, come to me. I don't want to. Eric says, how much do you make from live streams? I mean, I guess I can give an official answer because when I receive a donation, this timer starts. I get paid $5 an hour. Is it $5 an hour? Actually, I forget. No, it's not 5. It's oh, it is 5. I'm correct. Shapeshifting says, I need to sleep. My eyes are shutting, but they were wide. Oh, an eyes wide shut reference. Eric says, is it enough to make a car payment at the end of the month or more? I mean, I probably not. Shapeshifting says, bro laughs at the worst stuff. Maybe. Joda says, where did this idea of live streaming come from? There's a streamer named Matthew, and he did something similar to this, just reading comments. Jack says, that's a long time. What? A says, now I feel guilty for not sending money. Tell me it's okay. It's okay. Survivor says, trust in Jesus or go to hell. Thank you, but I don't believe. 3 says, I subbed. Okay. Oh god. I forgot to increase the timer from Jacqueline's super chat. It doesn't happen automatically. It doesn't. One second. There we go. I fixed the timer. I apologize for not talking there. Now my chat is broken. I have to fix that now. Now I fixed it. Jack says, that's a long time you've been streaming for. I've been streaming for like 2 hours, and that doesn't feel like that long. There's so many streamers that stream for like 10 hours a day. Shapeshifting says, it's okay, this is up, what's okay, what's up, I'm up, it's okay, what's up. What? Eric says, what do you think about Nick Fuentes? I mean, I'm not a follower of his, but Gian says, you have no liquids beside you. I do, I have Dr. Pepper and Coca-Cola. Joseph says, I'm not afraid of the dark. I'm afraid of what's in the dark that I can't see. True. Aiden says, but what? Fine. I've thought that some of the stuff that he has said is funny, but I probably shouldn't mention that considering I don't want to promote him. Chris says, what song is this? It's a song by Marcus Persson. I don't know the title. Koo says, do you have any secret talents? I can ride a unicycle. Jacqueline says, Dr. Pepper, freaked out emoji. I love Dr. Pepper. It's really hard to find here. It's rare in Australia. Okay. Nick says, you said you don't believe, then said, oh god. Seems like he knows you. Here's your sign. Thank you, but that's not gonna move me towards believing. Nor says me. Okay. Grill says milky banana. Okay. Shapeshifting says, it's okay, this is up, hello, okay, what's up, I'm up, it's a, okay, what's up, okay. Quack says, find the value of x. 2x plus 8 equals 142. Well, the first thing you would do is minus 8 both sides, then divide by 2, and I'm not going to do the rest. Jacqueline says, shapeshifting having a glitch, laughing emoji. Yeah, it seems like that. My Sherry says, they don't know the ingredients for Dr. Pepper. Okay. Shapeshifting says, she sells she shells by the seashore, eeny meeny mo, catch a tiger by the toe. Okay. Eric says the music is like Super Nintendo music. It is? Okay. Cookie Monster says, if 5 monkeys jumped on a skateboard, would a banana cool down the nearest intersection that leads to the Pentagon? What? Nor says, what's 9 plus 11? 20. Lana says, say hands off, Gabriella, then gnarly man, please. There you go. Shun says, do you think Trump is an asshole? I mean, he does insult people, so in a way. But it's kind of funny though at the same time. Grill says, Nintendo is just a conspiracy deployed by the me. Okay. Eric says, you should dress like Mario next time and do the stream like that or Metroid. I don't cosplay. Jacqueline says, at shapeshifting, I've got a better tongue twister. Try to say, Irish wrist watch really fast over and over again. Okay. Irish wrist watch, Irish wrist watch, Irish wrist watch. Xset says, do you think Trump is an asshole for insulting people? I guess. Jessica says, I speak without a mouth and without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I? I don't know. Noob says, hey, I found you again. Hi, Noob. Jacqueline says, Dawn, it's hard, I know. I should hear me try. Terrible. You can't do it either? You do it poorly? Okay. Gian says, Fanny Finch fried 5 floundering fish. Okay. Cookie says, what's 9 plus 10? Say the right answer. 19. Aw says, what is this emoji then? Is that the flag to South Africa? Ego says, bro, like 20 minutes ago, the timer was at 49 minutes. The timer increases when I receive super chats. Jacqueline says, nope, I can't do it. Laughing emoji. It's very hard. No one I've ever asked can do it. Yeah, it's hard. Hart says, do bald people put shampoo on their head or body wash? They put body wash. Collector says, the guy who invented the EKG married his cousin. I don't know what the EKG is, but that's kind of gross. Shapeshifting says, bye, Don. Bye, shapeshifting. If you are even leaving. You're the kind of guy to say bye and not leave. Frosty says, do you remember me? I don't. Chris says, what's the scientific name of a sea slug? I don't know. Gian says Elon Musk or Alibaba. I don't really know how to answer that question. Ego says bye Don. Bye Ego. Porma2 says he's in all those books and songs. What? Sar says, bro, I am trying to become the most ultimate commenter on YouTube. Do you support it? Like Justin Y? Good luck. You're not going to become the most ultimate. Maybe in the top 100, but Justin Y is king. Lana says, yo, guess what this is? Cat emoji, eye emoji, this emoji, finger pointing emoji, Gabriella. I don't get it. Strawberry says Justin Y is the most ultimate commenter. That's what I'm saying. Chris says, did I make a dumb move staying with him, or does he mean it? You made a dumb move. He does not mean it. Disclaimer, I'm just guessing. Amy says, hello, banana. Okay. Hero says, hello, brother, duck emoji. Hi. Nora says, is your name Don? Because my cat's name is Don. Yep. Shapeshifting says, laughing out loud, I invented nothing, and my cousin is my dad and stepbrother. No one has fun facts about me, though. Okay. And you did not leave. Collector Nick says, it's an electrocardiogram, essentially a picture of your heart's electrical activity at different views of the heart. Okay. Jacqueline says, I love Elon specifically his concerns about AI. They are valid. I lost so much respect for Lemon in that interrogation interview. Big difference between free speech and pure disrespect. I did see that Lemon interview, and I think Lemon did a poor job as well. But I don't know about the free speech thing. I think disrespect may fall into free speech. Gon says, I thought I was gonna miss the stream. You made it. Wig says, alright then, let it be so, and may events unfold accordingly, for I shall offer no resistance to what has been decided. Sounds like stoicism. Null says, some of this comment is dumb. Okay. Brad says, do you know Yoda and Miss Piggy were voiced by the same person? I did not. Lana says, fun fact, I can do the splits because I'm really flexible. Okay, I can. Gozy says, hello, I am back, haha. Do you remember me? I do remember you. You are memorable. Dexo says, if you were a cannibal, who of us in the chat would you eat? I don't want to answer that. That's a very dark question. Porma2 says me. I mean, I guess him because he's volunteering. And fun fact, I've heard that pig meat tastes the same as human. Jacqueline says, OMG, don't eat me. I won't. Retro says, if Don is Ton his son, say open and the Don go ding dong. Okay. Noob says, bro, I just got 13 more subs. Cool. Joseph says, you mean pork? Yeah, I mean pork. Someone says, can you shout my friend Kenj? Sorry, no. Hero says, only fans account. I don't have that. Charlie says, I'm Charlotte from New Zealand. I'm subscribed. Could you dance? I don't want to dance. I don't like dancing, but hi, Charlotte from New Zealand. Shapeshifting says OF. I've got no OF. Cozy says Coke. That was Coke. Noob says, would you rather watch YouTube or play games? YouTube. Sri says, would you snitch on a real-life Dexter? Probably. Most people wouldn't, but I probably would. Joseph says, chug, chug, chug. I try to drink fast when I'm streaming. Big Boy says, show some emotion, bro. No. Amy says, hello. Hello, Amy. Official says, Don is built like Steve Harrington. I mean, maybe the hair a little bit, but... Porma2 says, all that fizz probably makes you gassy. Freaked out emoji. No comment. Jacqueline says, so, I guess it's decided. Porma2 would be the one eaten. I mean, he volunteered, so... yes. Nicole says, good morning, Don. Hello, Nicole. Thunderstorm says, my sister is pregnant. I'm gonna be a dad. Funny. Bober says, riddle. I speak without a mouth. I hear without ears. I have no body. I don't know. I'll read the rest. But I come alive with the wind. If you speak to me, I never lie. If you remain silent, I never speak. What am I? I don't know. Grandmaster says, did Hitler have one ball? I've heard that. I think so. Amy says, someone on here keeps telling me to leave your stream. Okay. FN says, my parents never gave me the bees and birds talk. Can you? No. 10 says, how tall are you? I am 5'7". Joseph Barrera says, does Porma2 still have his evil burner account? It turns out that was an imposter, not a fake, not a alt account. Porma2 says he doesn't know the lore. Okay. 10 says 5'7". Oompa Loompa gang. True. My Sherry says, stop sign emoji. Stop hand emoji. No way. That I'm that short. Heart says, how can an ice melt in winter? I don't know. Virus says, have a blessed day, everyone. W's in the chat. Thank you. Amy says, are you AI? I'm not. Mutt says, L. You're doing the opposite as to what he said? Okay. Chris says, cats or dogs? Dogs. 10 says, we're both short. Team work emoji. Gozy says, would you pronounce this? I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry. Jacqueline says, this art needs to go longer tonight. Thank you for the super chat, Jacqueline. I appreciate it a lot. I don't know if this is art, though. I think this is kind of like slop, to be honest. Thank you again, Jacqueline. Porma2 says blah 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 blah. I'm not gonna pronounce it, just in case it's something insane. Brad says, did you know that heel shoes that women now wear were originally designed for Persian soldiers because it helped their feet fit better in stirrups while riding horses? I did not know that. I did not know that. Jacqueline says it's not slop. Thank you. Sar says, bro, you are 1 inch longer than me, but I am 12 years old. Okay. Hart says, he said, I'm allergic to eggs. Ha 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 ha. Is that what Porma2 said? Porma2 says longer. I think the more accurate word would be taller. Chris says, we love you, dude. Thank you. Andy says, yo, did you go to Cibola High School? Maybe. Business says, do you any experience in prom? Did I go to prom? No comment. Mai says, why aren't all comments being displayed? I mean, I choose the comments manually. Shapeshifting says, I went to Cibola. Am I saying something inappropriate? Joseph says, pause. Okay. Emily says, do you eat walls? I do. Okay. I don't. Truly says, yeah. What am I saying? Sar says, bro, you are 1 inch longer than me, but I already read that. Jacqueline says, at me, click the 3 dots at the top. Select all comments rather than top comments. Yeah, that's the solution if you want to see all the messages. Shayna says, did you know if you scream skibbity toilet 100 times, there will be a monster called Mom? Okay. First says, my favorite flavor of wall is the pink cotton candy one. It's like spicy cotton candy. That's not healthy. Art says, are you a psychopath? No. Brad says, wait, why can't you answer whether you went to prom or not? I just avoid questions in general that are surrounded to education and other personal things. It's probably a bit too extra, though. Porma2 says, that are not healthy. Notorious burger destroyer. Okay. Thrift says, okay, I'm just gonna shoot it to you, straight. I'm in love with you, Don, and I can't help it. Hope the feeling is mutual. It's not mutual. Shapeshifting says, did your mother give you adequate breastfeed milk supply? I'll answer that, and yes, thankfully. I heard there's repercussions if that is not done. Sar says, no way, you are 2 inches shorter than my friend. Okay. Porma2 says, you can call it parasocial all you want. My feelings for you are real. Okay. Kovan says, what's your favorite and least favorite country? Well, my favorite is the United States. Mr. T says that's deep. Okay. Chris says, the smell of a match burning came out earlier. I'm alone and I checked everywhere. It was a specific part of the house. What was it? I don't know. Saint says, I get my dirt bike back in 2 weeks. Cool. Hart says, the Arabic sentence. I forget what the Arabic sentence means. Super says, do you play Roblox? No. Zyan says, floss first. I floss first. Cold says, what's with the Jason Statham music? I thought it sounded good. I wanted something simple, repetitive, and not distracting. Shapeshifting says, when I close my eyes, I see black. What do I do? That's normal, don't worry. Joseph says, you said onion in Spanish, but they misspelled it. Cibola? Okay. Mutt says, did you attend the Quality Learning Center? No. My Sherry says, he's reservation-ish nationality. I don't know which. Maybe, but I'm not sure. Ro says bye. Bye, Ro. Lana says, man, answer my question. What do you think about my profile picture? Alright, I'm looking at it. It looks like a woman with glasses. I'm not a fan of glasses. I don't wear glasses. I used to wear glasses and I hated them. But other than that, you look like a normal human. RT says, are you related to Nick Fuentes? No. Raisin says, bro, answer pizza or tacos. I prefer pizza. Sar says, which country is, in your opinion, the most underrated country in the world? Underrated? I don't know. Namibia. Jacqueline says, guys, the YouTube donation is back. You don't have to do the whole link from the profile thing anymore. True. Raisin says, Philippines or India? Philippines. Brad says, he's not interested, Lana. Fuck off. Okay. Business says, was your favorite song and why? I like I like the Radiohead song that include the lyrics, the big fish eat the little ones. I don't know the song title. Sar says, bro, on which device are you reading the live chat? Computer. Highland says, do you go live every day? Basically. Roxanne says, gave you a like. Hope you and yours are doing well. I am, thank you. Shapeshifting says, weird fishes. I've only listened to Kid A and OK Computer. I've listened to Kid A like 3 dozen times, but I haven't got into their other albums. Joseph Barrera says, you should respond to some comments with a witty, wouldn't you like to know? That's not my personality. Jacqueline says, I have to say, the most beautiful song I've ever heard is Young and Beautiful by Lana Del Rey. Okay, I'll make a note of that. I probably won't like it, but I'll make a note of it. Pormer2 says, the most beautiful song is Stories by the Chakras. I'll make note of that too. I have a feeling though that it's some stupid song like Ram Ranch or something, but whatever. This Stories by Chakras. I'm not finding it. Jacqueline says, I appreciate you still making a note of it. So kind. Okay. Shapeshifting says, best song is Rubber Bullies by TFS. I'll make a note of that too. It's Mocha says, America or Australia? America. Chris says, was the smell the energy for what? Virus says, W Dawn in the chat. Okay. Pormer2 says, Stories by Shaka Chaz. Okay. 1 second. Okay, I found it. Jacqueline says, at Shapeshifting, I'm scared to look up those songs. They look like normal songs from what I see, but maybe it's like a silly song like Ram Ranch. Shapeshifting says, worst song is Stories by the Chakachas and Young and Beautiful by Lana Del Rey. Okay. Cold Slayer says, are you pretending to type? I'm not pretending. Nope. I'm looking at the album cover to Stories by Chakachas, and it looks like this mask, and there's also another album cover, an alternate album cover, and it's a nude woman. Tony says, Creep by Radiohead, awesome. Okay. Shapeshifting says Hawk Tua. Okay. Joseph Barrera says Tenacious D has some good stuff, not gonna lie. Doesn't that band make silly stuff? Jacqueline says at Shapeshifting, no, you dissed my favorite song. Okay. Cook says never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around or desert you. Okay. Virus says W Australia. Okay. Amy says W Australia, yes. Okay. Cold Slayer says you like K-pop Demon Hunters. Isn't that some animated cutesy thing? No. Tommy says good evening from Sweden and have a nice day. Thank you. Thorn says Cradled in Love by Poets of the Fall is the best song. I'm not going to make a note of it. I already have too many notes. Gozy says bye chat, cake emoji, bye Gozy. Chris says, was it the energy from someone who has passed away? If so, who was it? I still don't understand, like, what energy. My Sherry says, Jonathan Wong, OMG at first glance, I thought your name had ass wang at the end. Okay. Mutt says, We Are Charlie Kirk is the best song ever. Okay. Cold Slayer says, you think politicians are corrupt? I think every human is corrupt. Jacqueline says, Dawn, you'll have a full playlist by tomorrow. If I make a note of everything, yeah. That'd be kind of cool, though, to have a playlist that's just like only viewer recommended songs. It gives a warmth to the playlist. Pormer2 says, we will carry the flame. Okay. My Sherry says, no, he pronounced asswang wrong. Sorry. Ghost Samurai says Chicago by Michael Jackson is W song. Even though I said earlier, like, a playlist would be warm if it was just viewer songs, I'm not going to do that. Maybe another time. Brad says, did you know that if there are 23 people in a room, there is a 50% chance 2 of them share a birthday? And if there are 75 people, it's a 99% chance. This is hard to believe, but supposedly true. I have heard of that. That seems so weird statistically. Jacqueline says, I was just thinking that. A viewer's playlist, that would be such a variety. Yeah. Definitely, though, there's going to be some weird songs in there. Foxy says, how you feel live streaming in Backrooms for almost a year. It's not even half a year yet. Homer2 says, humans follow breeding seasons contrary to popular belief. Really? No. Jacqueline says laughing emoji for sure. Yeah, there would be silly songs. Joseph says, fine, don't take any more notes on System of a Down or Muse. I'll take one more note from you, Joseph. Only you, though. How about you give me a song? Brandon says, do you play Roblox? I do not. The Potter says, at Palmer2, tell Dawn I'm back. Hi. Chris says, the smell of the match burning was it the smell of a person who has passed? I don't think so. I don't believe in the supernatural. Jacqueline says, at Joseph, great bands, System of a Down and Muse are amazing. Okay. Thrift says, Dawn, you can have my babies, please. We would make great parents. We can get you artificially inseminated. I'm good, and I don't have a womb. Joseph says, System of a Down, Lonely Day, or Atwa, Muse, Hysteria. Okay. Muse, Hysteria. By the way, I'm not taking any more song recommendations. The Potter says, Dawn, you are fumbling, take rest. No, I'm fine. Andy says, they that wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up on wings. Okay. Business says, what was your favorite game? Red Dead 1. Chris says, where did you get the idea of doing this? Some streamer named Matthew was doing this. Weimer says, you're parasocial, right? And AIs are also parasocial. Here's the proof, you're an AI. I'm not AI. Former2 says, is Purdue University a pale imitation of Hustler University? I don't know what Purdue University is, but I imagine it's a false in answer to your question. Kerr says, I'm back. Did you miss me, bro? Slightly. Sar says, I have 3 hands on my watch, 1 blue representing male, people, 1 pink. Okay. Touchdown says, are you autistic? No. Lana says, Morocco or Algeria? Morocco. Former2 says, it's a right-wing online pseudo-school that peddle political smut. Okay. 23 says, how was your church on Sunday? I don't go to church. Thorn says, heresy. That was a fitting next comment. Shapeshifting says test. Test 1 2 3 check. Test 1 2 3 check. Test 1 2 3 check. Test. I was actually doing some testing there. Porma2 says here's 2 of them. 2 Purdue universities. Coldslayer says if. Oh wait. Shape-shifting sweetheart says testing 1 2 3. That's a different shape-shifting sweetheart. The one earlier had 2 T's. Rob says, what, you sooner eat a guinea pig steak? Not interested. Porma2 says, if I was a homeless person, I wouldn't shit on your porch. Okay. Brad says, did you know that if you rub a garlic clove on the bottom of your foot, you'll be able to taste it in your mouth? That's weird as fuck. That doesn't seem real. Shapeshifting says, got the username back. Yo, it's me, one and only. Okay. I think I believe you. Harley says, do the gritty. No. Joseph Barrera says, favorite pizza toppings beside pepperoni? Pineapple. AD says, something is happening in this country and no one will listen. I mean, there's always crazy stuff happening. RT says smart guy. Okay. Shapeshifting says new profile picture. Okay. Testing. Check. 1 2 3 check. Check. 1 2 3 check. 1 2 3 check. The Potter says, who would win, Captain Dubois or Hulk? Dubois. There you go. That's how you pronounce it. Jacqueline says, the day will come where we all have a bot in our house. But think of the benefits, cleaning, and also things like emergency service notifications. Totally true. Glazer says, have you ever played Life is Strange? No, but I've heard it was a good and emotional game. The Potter says it's Dubois. Thorn says, send Bob's and Vagine. Okay. OP says, have you ever played Red Dead Redemption 1? Yes. The Potter says, Dawn, if you need to take a rest, you seem tired. I am tired, but Jacqueline donated, so I have to fulfill. All because of Jacqueline. I wish I could sleep, but Jacqueline donated. Just kidding. I'm not tired. Lost says, is this an epic shorts pool or a legendary shorts pool? Legendary. Shapeshifting says, my robot will be made for intercourse. That'll definitely be a thing. Sam says, I'ma drink water for real. Okay. Jacqueline says, OMG, Don. I was joking. Sar says, who is the GOAT? Sal C1. Gian says, hi. Hello, Gian. Porma2 says, not, nah. Okay. James says, do you remember people spam, do you like tacos? I do. Farley says, okay. The Potter says, drink water. Okay. Joshua says, I love you, Jamie. Okay. Andrew says, do you floss every day? I do. 1 minute. Jacqueline says, Dawn, if people donate, will you stay longer? Yes. When it's not an option anymore, I remove that pinned comment. As long as that pinned comment is there, you can add to the timer. Shapeshifting says, is this mic on? Yes. Andy says, Chug King, do it again, bro. Nah, not again. Cold Slayer says, name a 90s movie. Eyes Wide Shut, Silence of the Lambs, The Matrix. Chroma 2 says, you are a medieval soldier. War axe or one-handed spear? One-handed spear. Crystal says, are you a vampire? No. Sar says, bro is trying to offend everyone, but we don't know the reason. I'm not trying to. Biscuit says, do you know the game Portal 2? I do, but I haven't played it. My Sherry says, invention for tacos. Edible flavored tape for when the shell breaks. That's an interesting idea. Angel says, hi, how are you? Good, thank you. The Potter says, I just told him to stay hydrated. True, and I obeyed. Shapeshifting says, is this mic on? Mic on, yep. Nice to meet you. Okay. Brad says, what would you attempt if you knew you couldn't fail? I guess songwriting. Andy says, any Valentine's Day plans? I'm not gonna say. Raisin says, what is see a gun on the ground? There's no gun on the ground. Why do you read this as he laughed? No, what? I did. Biscuit says, you should play Portal 2, it's the best, I love it. Is it better than Portal 1? Thorn King super chatted 100 rupees. Thank you, Thorn King. Thorn King says, are you okay? I am. I was just laughing. It's hard to explain why I found it funny though. Anyways though, that adds to the timer. That adds 25 minutes. Thank you again, Thorn King. Jacqueline super chatted $3 Thank you, Jacqueline. Jacqueline says, people won't donate because they know I'm doing it. Laughing out loud. You mistimed that super chat badly. And I'm glad that you were wrong. I like money. Thank you again, Jacqueline, for your super chat. That adds 10 minutes. Joseph Barrera says, perfect time to say, wouldn't you like to know about the Valentine's Day comment? Yeah, but that's not my personality. Jacqueline says, yes, I wrote a message to Thorn King apologizing. Oh, you did? Okay. Thank you again, Thorn King. Andy says, dark chocolate or white chocolate? Choose wisely. Your choice can come off as discrimination. I don't like chocolate at all. Not Quite says, W time ad for those who super chat. Thank y'all. Yes, thank you guys. Mo says, do you support freeing Diddy? I do not. Former 2 says, dark woke. Okay. Frosty says a bunch of black boxes. Okay. Gone says, yes, I get to actually watch the stream. So. Shapeshifting says, this plaque marks the grave of Don Benitez, born 15th of March 2003 to 22nd of January 2026. I don't think I'll die tomorrow. Brad says, if we learn from our mistakes, why are we always so afraid to make them? Humiliation. Meme says, who's your favorite college? I don't have one. Cold Slayer says, what's your favorite YouTube channel? That would be SalC1. Amy says, milk chocolate is better than dark or white. Again, I'm not into chocolate at all. Biscuit says, can you please smile? You need some joy, you look sad. I'm just fine, thank you. The Potter says, I was also born in March. I mean, maybe I wasn't born in March. That guy was just guessing. My Sherry says, stop wishing, start believing. Okay. Mo says, sweet potato or sweetie tomato? Tomato. Lon says, monominal tramescopixil. Okay. James says, red emoji, black emoji, orange emoji. Okay. Jacqueline says, yum, sweet potato. Okay. Foxy says, are you colorblind? No. My Sherry says, you in Aries, March B-Day? I'm not gonna say when my birthday is. The Potter says, I wish there was a spell in Harry Potter to make money. That would be a cool spell. Trevor says, to all the haters out there, if you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything. I mean, I kind of welcome hate. I think hate can be interesting. The most boring conversation is where everyone agrees. Jacqueline says, I haven't had dinner, sorry. No problem. I mean, I'm not really noticing incoherent comments. Your comments seem good. Lon says, this is better than all brain rot streams? Maybe. The Wind says, I'm signing an executive order to invade McDonald's and take that Ronald McDonald dictator into custody. Okay. Jacqueline says, cool, thanks. Praying emoji. Okay. Cold Slayer says, how do you pronounce data? Is it data or data? Data. EJ says, someone please give that young man $100. To me? If you're gonna donate to me, just give me $10, not $100. Porma2 says, we will appreciate their fry oil. Okay. Omer says, do you like nuggets? Yeah. Tink says, what's the timer for? It's when I end the stream. Vor says, can I get a white girlfriend to colonize America? If you want. Raisin says, what should I go to a country for vacation? Philippines or Germany? I personally would go to Germany. Meme says, who is your favorite college? I don't have a favorite college. James says, did you know that if you stand near a nuke, a cow eating blueberries will explode? What? I says, non-insidious racism is the best humor. and should be more frequent so people can get over themselves. I've heard that point before. I don't know though. Brad says, give me $10, not $100. There you go again with that bullshit, shaking my head. If you give me $100, I increase the timer by 1 hour. If you give me $10, I increase the timer by 1 hour. There's no, giving $100 is a bad deal. Thrift says, I love you so much, Don. Please tell me I'm your favorite commenter. It would make my day. You're not, but you're in the top 10. Vor says, will I become president if I get a whale girlfriend just like JD Vance? White girlfriend? I think I said whale by accident. No comment. Homer 2 says, may I make a very bad joke? Yeah. Cold Slayer says, if you had an IV and a feeding tube, you'd never leave the computer. Maybe. The Wind says, JD Vance is a foreskin eater. No comment. Spin says, Don, what's your favorite fruit? The orange. Aw says, I want to know what kind of songs you sing in the shower. Tell me. What's the song I'm thinking about right now? Anime is immortal. Random says, I'm in the top 10 of favorite commenter. No, you're not. Shapeshifting says, the Kansas City Times issue 3 of 2026, 23rd of January 2026. Obituaries. Donald Juan Benitez Jr. Cause of death, explosive Big Mac. He leaves his estate to shapeshifting sweetheart. I hope that I don't die. Jacqueline says, I'm waiting for you to say I condemn that comment. I don't think you've said it this live. It's a classic. Yeah, I haven't been saying it that much. I think I've said it once this stream though. Gone says, I'm at least in top 50 favorite commenters. True. Joseph says, I'm not even top 10. You're top 50. Andy says, is Among Us the best game of 2020? If not, what is? Among Us is the only game that I can think of that's from 2020, so Among Us. Homer 2 says, you're getting slimed out like the CIA tried Castro. I hope not. The Potter says, Dawn, I got to go. Hope this ends soon. Hope my stream ends soon. Jacqueline says top 50. I mean, it's something. EJ says, please take time to hit that like button and subscribe. Only if you want to. Rock says, I hope my mom make it to 92. Prayers for her in the chat. I hope she makes it. Gone says, I hope I'm top 20. You might be. Rick says, how do I become one of the top 10 favorite commenter? The most important thing is just to be here every day. James says, blah blah blah. Okay. The Potter says, am I in top 10? You're in top 100. Vor says, should we feed human corpses to the people who starve? That feels wrong. I don't think so. Jacqueline says, at tongue high. Okay. Business says, what top am I, Don? I mean, I don't even remember you. So, top 20,000. Brad says, did you know that the original name for Google was Backrub? I do. Can't believe it though. Sar says, bro, are just like do not care. Are you too tired? I'm just fine, thank you. I have received a $10 super chat. Thank you, Don Yarndal. Thank you. Don Yarndal says, hi, wave emoji, left the like, thumbs up emoji. Do you have a favorite pizza? I like pepperoni and pineapple pizza. I like those two toppings on pizza. Them together. Thank you again, Don. I appreciate it a lot. And because of that donation, I am going to increase the timer by an hour. So now it's an hour and 39 minutes. Thank you again, Don. Jacqueline says, at Don, yes, let's keep this party going. Okay. Spin says, Don, why doesn't the scientist trust the atom? I don't know. JK says, thanks, Don. Yeah, thank you, Don Yarndal. Don with the W, though. Cold Slayer says, are you gonna buy more cola with the money? Yeah. Anne says, is this pre-recorded? Obviously not. Brad says, have I moved up to your top 10? I've been sharing all these cool facts to impress you. Yes. Big says, do you like Deltarune? I haven't played it. I haven't even played Undertale. Random says, Don smiled, haha, I win. Okay. Spin says, the scientist doesn't trust the atom because they make up everything. Oh, I get it. That's funny. Thrift says, Don, I need to jump in the shower. I'm going to be streaming your channel as I clean my body. Want me to send a pic? No, I do not. Alfie says, can I get a shout out? No. Amanda says, hi Don, do you remember me? I don't. James says, are you straight? Yes. JK says, I fell asleep on the heated blanket to your soothing voice, and then my alarm went off. Okay. Ev says, would you visit North Korea? No, it seems like a dangerous thing to do. Spin says, I feel like you didn't find my joke funny. I mean, I liked it, but it didn't actually, like, my brain didn't think it was, like, funny enough to actually, like laugh at. But it was a good joke, though. The Wind says, what top am I in? 150. Jacqueline says, can I get a shout out? Don equals no. I mean, I guess in a way, every time I put a chat here and read it, you get a shout out, so I don't know. I never, though, look into the camera and say, shout out to. Cold Slayer says, I didn't even make the list. You're top 100. Joseph says, doesn't Don have mod now? Oh, yeah, that's true. I can't believe I forgot. I feel terrible. Sorry. 1 second. I can't believe I forgot. Let me fix this. Why isn't this working? 1 second. One second, guys. I'm trying to make Don Yarndahl, who super chatted $10 moderator. Oh, whoa. Don Yarndahl super chatted another $5. Thank you, Don Yarndahl. Don says, if you need to go, don't worry about staying the entire time. Hi, wave emoji chat. Happy emoji. My name is Don, like the sunrise. Be kind. Thank you again, Don. $15 in total. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Even though you're leaving, I did just make you a mod right now. And this super chat means I add 25 minutes. I'm gonna stay the whole time though. Thank you again, Don. I really appreciate it. And yes, your name is Don, like the sunrise. Don with a W. JK says, I love Don. Okay. Sar says, bro, do you have a game which you have watched a YouTuber play and you have a lot of nostalgia connect with it? GTA 5 Red Keymon. Red Keymon. Thank you again, Don. Shapeshifting says, can you shout out my little transgender son, Dom Benitez? He is a live streamer on the YouTubes. No. Glur says, do you know blah 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 is a lake? I think I have heard that before. The Wind says, what you call a non-international banker an anti-Semite? No comment. Daniel super chatted $10. Thank you, Daniel. Daniel says, keep it going. Cheers, y'all. What is that? A leaf emoji? Wind emoji? Thank you again, Daniel. That's incredible. I made you a mod. $10. Wow. Thank you, Daniel. And I will keep going. Let me now add another hour. There you go. And I am no longer increasing the timer, so do not super chat. This is the peak the timer will go. It's not going to go any higher. I appreciate it, Don. I mean, Daniel. Don and Daniel. Daniel with the chimpanzee in a suit. Shapeshifting says, Rooster be like, I love the Don. That's true. I'm pretty sure I made you a mod. Daniel. Yes, I did. Alright, perfect. Beautiful. Jacqueline says, OMG, 3 hours. I'm staying up all night. If you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that. Shapeshifting says, when I am a ghost, you will be the first thing I haunt. Okay. Joseph says, tell them it's ornamental for the one time. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. The moderator I've given you is only ornamental. Do not delete messages or ban people. This is only so I can more easily see your messages. Jacqueline says, nah, I'm staying up. Cool. EJ says, I wish you a long and happy life. In the end, life is all that's important. Life is all that's important. Okay. Wesley says, someone definitely deleted my message, bro. I mean, sometimes YouTube themselves automatically censors messages. Jacqueline says, do not delete messages or ban people. Read your mind. Yeah, I kind of have a voice line for when I make people moderator. The Wind says, okay, JFK, Charlie Kirk, Juicebox emoji, Noticer, Instagram, are any of these words familiar to you? Unfortunately, yeah. Anne says, what's wrong with your eyes? Did you cry? I think I've just looked at a screen for too long. Surf says, remember kids, crack kills, beware the crack of dawn. Okay. Jacqueline says, yes, YouTube does sometimes delete messages automatically because of keywords. Yeah. Laughing says, did you check out the Messenger OST? I did not. Sorry. Rick says, yo, tell me my ranking. Top 200. Anne says, take some rest. Your eyes are so tired. I'm good. No, thank you. Joseph Barrera says, unfun fact. Chairs are mostly used for sitting around the world. That is unfun. JK says, time to grind coffee beans. Okay. Thrift says, Dawn, I just sharded at work. I don't know what to do. Should I tell my boss I have to go? Yeah. Jacqueline says, all-nighter party emoji. Okay. Vor says, cure the depression of the people in chat, please. I don't have that ability. Manuel says, I need a new furnace. I'm freezing my butt off. Okay. Rick says, yo, top 200, but I'm always there in the stream. Maybe top 100? Don Yarndall super chatted $2. Thank you again. I mean, thank you for all of your super chats. I really appreciate it. Don says, here for the chaos. Laughing emoji. Honored to be your mod. Thanks. No, thank you. I really appreciate all of your super chats. What's that? Like $17 total? Thank you again. Don Yarndall says dancing emoji. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, I like sad vibes more than brain rot vibes. Okay. Jacqueline says, at dawn, freaked out emoji. Okay. Brad says, everyone please take a moment to like and subscribe. What Donald does is so simple yet always so entertaining. He deserves more exposure. Only if you want to. William says hi. Hello, William. Anne says, why are acting like you're inhuman, like you don't care or something? It's my personality. Sam says, I split my food. Okay. 3Bike says, please mod. That requires a yellow super chat. Zine says, Graph Dawn 2026. What? Cold Slayer says, Dawn is drunk. She's gonna wake up broke. No comment. Porma2 says, I agree. Please expose Dawn in my DMs. What? My Sherry says, wake up broke, laughing out loud. It wasn't that much money. JK says, I like drunk chicks. Okay. Sai says, I agree with the recognition. Can't be easy 4 hours every day answering questions after already a full day. It's not that hard, it's just reading. Vor says, what should the depressed people do then? Watch a stream? They should hang out with their friends. Jacqueline says, at dawn, I agree. The chaos is so entertaining. It is. Zine says, you pop up in my streams randomly. So I'm doing the favor of saying Graffiti Dawn 2026. You gotta start. Do graffiti? No. Andy says, I subscribed. Hope I see you more. Alright. See you later, Andy. Don Yarndall sent a $2 super chat. Thank you, Don Yarndall. I think that's 19 in total. Wow. Thank you. Don Yarn says, hardest working streamer in YouTube. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I don't stream 10 hours though. I'm not there yet. Just like 4 hours, but I guess that's still kind of long. Thank you again, Don. William says, your live streaming is cool. Thank you. Joseph Barrera says, I just want to know what top Rob is in. I don't remember the Robs. Bodhi says, what was your first job? I'm not going to say. Anne says, are you going through depression? Decrease your screen time. Maybe I should. Don Yarndall says, tip your hosts. I mean, most of the time, the super chats increase the timer. I kind of like the idea of like super chats actually doing something instead of it just being a tip. JK says, I bet Dawn is a waitress. Okay. Farida says, hello, how are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. Horma2 says, I'm gored. Okay. Scott says, look at you looking at me. Here you go. Don Yarndall says, I just woke up. It's 4:30 a.m. here. Ghost emoji. Wow, it's early there. Pormer2 says, is that a Massive Attack reference? What? Cooking says, nighty nighty night gang. Okay. Thrift says, if you and I were deserted on an island, what would be the first erotica thing we would do? No comment. Bits says, good evening from Scotland. Hi, Bits. JK says, cats fighting here. Okay. Vor says, friends are the reason I'm depressed. Huh. I mean, well, find new friends. Don Yarndall says, I'm retired, laughing emoji. Okay. You don't work, you're retired. Horma2 says, what's the female equivalent of unk? I mean, I guess ant. 3Bike says, please mod, I don't have enough money. No. JK says, don't be depressed, you're a man. Okay. Gon says, were you a chocolate milk or regular milk kid in school? I've never really been a fan of milk. Eric says, damn dude, 2 hours, laughing out loud. Are you talking about the timer? Yeah. I received super chats earlier from Don Yarn, Daniel, Thorn. Captain says, what is your favorite chip flavor? Blue Ranch. Ruth says, thoughts on cocaine or ketamine? I don't have any thoughts. 3Bike says, dang, TX though. What? Manuel says, I'm 59. Now dang, I'm old. You are. Town says, this dude is so funny. Thank you. Vor says, what if new friends are more depressing? I mean, it's also depressing to be alone, I think. If you're gonna have to choose between the two poisons, I would say the messed up friends. Joda says, are you going to spend 2 hours reading comments? Nah. You're going to fall asleep, right? No. Dion says, why are you skipping the comments? Because I have to. There's too many. Town says, I've been around since your punk ass started. Maybe. Bodhi says he's right, friends. Okay. Daniel says wake and bake. Okay. Anne says you are so depressed. Don't you have friends? You should talk to people in real life. I do. Nosy says hi. Hello, Nosy. Vor says, where should I find new friends? I mean, if you have one friend, you could, learn his friends. And also play online video games. Town says, people need people, you dumb, stupid young people, you. True. EJ says, consider the possibility that someone has no friends because they're unlikable. That's true. My Sherry says it's hump day. Yeah, it is. Captain says, need to find friends? Go to your local card store if you like playing trading card games. Yeah. Dion says, do you have a job? Maybe I do, I'm not gonna say. Ethan says, Jesus loves you all if you accept him as Lord. Thank you, but I don't believe in that. Anner says, there's no problem with being depressed as a man. Okay. Bit says, every day is hump day. Okay. Mick says, go to a pub and find friends. That's a solution. Rick says, I'm gonna change my name to Rick, the top one Dawn commenter. I mean, you could, but it would be false. Joseph Barrera says, do you have any new ideas for super chats and incentives for your lives? I mean, I think what I have now is enough. The timer, the mod. Town says, explain what I'm a grown-ass man. I left my nuts hang at work hard every day. Okay. March says, how are you? I'm good, thank you. William says, I like and subscribe. Okay. Joseph says, fair enough. Yeah. And I also wouldn't want to complicate things. Like, you get this and this for a yellow super chat, but magenta, you get this, this, and this. I kind of like the simple timer increase and mod. Oh god. Okay. Daniel, you're not supposed to actually ban or delete messages, Daniel. You're only an ornamental mod. Jacqueline says, no, don't judge people on the amounts. Good call. What? Thrift says, I just got banned. No, you're not. Cody says, Do you see the same red when I see red? I think so. I mean, if it's different, it's probably just very, very, very slightly different. Joseph says no, Daniel doesn't remember the ornamental lore. Yeah, so Daniel, I removed your moderator, and I feel bad about it because all you did was just delete one message. You really didn't do that much. But the rules were to not delete messages or ban people. And you deleted a message, so I removed your mod. I feel bad because there's only one thing, but I'm a stickler for my own rules. I don't hate you, Daniel, but I'm just gonna follow the rules that I set, that if you disobey those rules, then I take your mod away. Daniel says, my bad, he was spamming, it's all good though. Alright, I'm glad that we're cool. EJ says, Daniel is above the law. No. Anne says, why not talk to your parents? That can help a bit. I'm just fine. Vor says, but I don't like video games or pub. I only like maintenance of broken pathways by putting concrete on it. Can I still find friends? I mean, I'm sure you can. You can also, give a try to the pub and give a try to video games. Jacqueline says, I meant cause you were saying about the color differences with super chats. The color is determined by the amount. You mentioned you didn't want to follow that, which is really good. I mean, I actually am following it right now. You only get mod if you, wait a second. If you donate a yellow super chat. I just wouldn't want to do tons and tons of things according to color. JK says, man up if you are depressed. No comment. Shaw says, why do you do this? For entertainment that's a factor. Mono says, you look depressed. Okay. My Sherry says, stop talking about family/parents. Okay. Jacqueline says, don't sell out. Oh my god. I don't think what I'm doing right now is selling out. EJ says, have lonely in Senent. Check out concrete chat rooms and pool service supply stores. Okay. Joseph says, I'm doom scrolling with Dawn. Yeah, that's what's happening. Gon says, why am I addicted to these streams? Because, you never know what the next message is going to be. Thrift says, should I goon in the restroom of my work office? You shouldn't. Nosy says, you're the best. Can you answer my next question? Maybe. My Sherry says, Daniel Spammer is putting your parent/family on blast. The guy that Daniel was deleting messages to. I mean, okay. Joda says, does no FAP make sense? I think so. Ah says, I'm doing a college project. I want you to answer a question. The question is that if you die tomorrow, will you be happy how you have lived your life till now? I mean, I would be pretty unsatisfied, I think. I think most people would be. Daisy says, call your friends. They need support too. True. Anne says, your eyes are gorgeous, but it's so tired and burnt out. I'm just fine. Brad says, would you rather be able to talk to animals or speak every language? Obviously, speak to animals. That would be revolutionary. Something that's never been done. Aaron says, what did the right leg say to the right leg? Don't talk to the guy in the middle. He's a dick. That's funny. I get it, even though you kind of had a typo there. Town says, sleep when you're dead or tired because you were only granted but so many days on this planet. I've heard that advice before. That's good advice. William says, wow, cool video. Thank you. Vor says, but the people in the pub and video games don't like my maintenance of broken roads. Where can I find chat rooms filling up concrete and damaged roads? I mean, maybe get a job that surrounds that. Gon says, sleep is so addictive though. Yeah, it is. The Duck says, how old are you? I'm gonna keep that private. Robin says, P. Okay. Anne says, don't say shitty things like he is selling out. He's not doing that. I mean, I think it's a pretty solid transaction that I had going earlier. Give me money, I stream longer. That seems fair. Someone says, remember me? Yes. Jodas says, breathing is also very addictive. Yeah. Thrift says, can you show us how to goon? No. Epoch says, Greenland is actually white land. It's actually full of ice, yeah. Vor says, so can I make friends at my workplace? Yes. Joseph Barrera says, Thrift's profile picture reminds me of someone, but I can't quite remember who. Same. The Duck says, why? What was your original question? Oh, how old am I? I just try to keep my personal life private. Sallow says, golden shower anyone? I'm not interested. Gon says, blueberries aren't actually berries, they're nuts. I find that hard to believe. Anne says, Thrift is so weird, and you really want to be your friend really bad. Okay. The Duck says, you look 3. I think I look a bit older than that. First says, I mean no disrespect, but your Logitech headset wire is twisted up. That's true. I know, right here. It's hard to untangle. It's like the wire is stiff, so I'm not gonna try to do that right now. Vor says, but my work experience says workplaces are not a good place to make friends. Try anyways. Archer says, respect the dawn. Hello, the Archer. I think I remember seeing you in another live chat. I think it was the Ice Cream Man's chat. Alyssa says, yo, hello. Hello, Alyssa. JK says, I met my wife in the workplace. That's more reason for that other guy to try to find people in his workplace. Horma2 says, at Vor, at this point, it might be a problem. It might be a you problem. I mean, I think that guy is just being silly, making up stuff, but if you want to take it seriously, I guess what you're saying, Horma2, might be a good point. Bodhi says, think of any moment of your life. Now ask, how did that memory just show up? Do you have free will? I don't know. Marsh says, do you remember me? I don't, sorry. Just a Guy says, do you like spicy sweet Doritos? No. Thrift says, Dawn, I'm not weird, I'm just obsessed with you. I'm your #1 fan and top 10 commenter. People are hating on us. I mean, we're not a couple, if you're insinuating that. Brad says, if you could have a conversation with your younger self, what's the most important advice you'd give? I mean, I don't know the most important advice, but I think an advice is I would tell them to start streaming. It'd be cool if I had started streaming like many years ago. Anne says, sleep, my man. I'm good. Jess says, type 1 if you like spicy sweet Doritos. I'm not typing 1. Vor says, but my work experience is proof of my unrequited trial. See, I told you nobody believes me when I tell them I like filling up concrete on roads. That's why I have no friends. You are all so mean. It really does sound like you're just making up stuff. Jacqueline says, be right back. Okay. The Duck says, are you too? What? Lum says, the spams, holy hell. The spam isn't too bad. Thrift says, chat. Dawn is taken by me. Please don't flirt with my man. It would hurt my feelings. Okay. Master says, what do you think the Greenland shark will be called? I don't know what you mean. The Ice says, chat, do you know solar balls? What? Lum says, you guys tried Hytale yet? I haven't. I'm not interested. It looks like a Minecraft ripoff. Ash says, which language have you tried learning? Spanish. Anne says, am I annoying you? No. Gon says, would you escape to a liminal space and be alone for a bit? Sure. Archer says, so you know what the infinite protein glitch is? I do not. Infinite protein glitch. Well, now I just thought of something very vulgar and gross. I'm not gonna say it. Charlie says, what's your favorite game? Explain it in a paragraph. I'm not doing a paragraph, but I'll explain it right now. 1911. That's a keyword that relates to the game. Porma2 says, just crushed an avocado and bacon grits burrito. You want the crumbs? No, thank you. She says, ever at femboy bussy. Not my thing. UAR says, proof the existence or non-existence of God. There's no evidence for God that is as strong as the evidence for yourself, like, I think, therefore I am. There's no I think, therefore I am for God. Alicia says, would 40 people fit in your room? No. Anne says, are you been cheated by a girl, and also did any of your FRND hurt you? No comment. Porma2 says, sad Bart Simpson in the chat. What? Ferret says, would you rather pizza or burger? Burger. Thrift says, Dawn, I want you bad. Please give me a chance. Sorry. Let says, would you fit 40 people in your room if they were really small and horizontal. I mean, maybe they could fit, but I don't want that. Ark says, let's goon together, neighbor. No, thank you. Vor says, here's the graphic proof. I'm not making this up. I like concrete and roads. What's wrong, will you all? And femboy bussy. What? Ark says, why no? I mean, I suspect... I don't know you, that's one reason. Brad says, what did you want to be when you grew up? A paleontologist. Unknown says, what's the crime? Enjoying a succulent Chinese meal? What? Mr. Mac says, want to come to a Steven Seagal convention on Friday with me? I'm good, no thank you. Vor says, what do you mean, what? I didn't understand your comment. Gon says, you ever been metal detecting? I haven't. EJ says, he likes concrete because it's hard like daddy. Okay. Manuel says, God is real and I'm the proof. Okay. Coffee says, how much can you bench? I don't know. Adversary says, that's a big nose. True. Hi says, are you having an existential crisis? I'm not. TT says, can you give me money? Sorry, no. Vor says, I said I'm not lying about my concrete passion. How can you not understand? It's simple to make. I get a lot of people in this chat saying nonsensical, made-up things, and I think you're one of them. Archer says chat is clogged with gooners. There's more gooners on average right now. EJ says, do you piss in the sink? I don't. Thrift says, I just finished gooning. Let's just say I have enough protein for the rest of the week. Okay. Sar says, bro, ask me one question about the existence of God, and I'll answer you. Why do I believe in one God and not the other? Archer says thrift, skull emoji. Okay. Danielle says, are you okay? Yes. Mr. Max says, oh, your judo is good. I don't know judo. Gon says, have you ever had an existential crisis? Yes. Vor says, so liking concrete is nonsensible? I mean, it is pretty unusual. Yeah. Xander says, my brother is gay. Okay. Anne says, so you're cheated by a girl and also your friend's hurt? I can understand. Maybe. Brad says, if you had all the resources, time, and land available to build whatever you want, what would you build? How about a Quake arena? Quake the video game? A Quake arena in real life. It wouldn't be useful, but it'd be pretty cool. Let Me Invade says, you don't like concrete because you're not into that niche. I don't like concrete because it tastes awful. We are not the same. Oh. Yeah, we're not the same. Vor says, it's everywhere, especially in a city. How is it non-sensible? It's all I see. I mean, I guess from that angle, you have a good point, but it's still pretty weird. Gon says, concrete guy is insane. Yeah. Xander says, my granddaddy wants my sister. Okay. Hi says, if God can't be described or seen, then how was he discovered? Are we just assuming? That's shaky evidence. Yeah. Coca-Cola says, Concrete has better healing properties than crystals. I don't think so. Just a Guy says type 1 if he's a gooner. Okay. Boris says, do you like concrete with air bubbles or smooth? I don't have a preference. Anne says, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you forcing him to be gay? Okay. Joseph Barrera says, now that is some concrete proof. Okay. Gone says, crystals have no healing properties. I agree with you. Julie says, hello, good morning. Hi, Julie. Coffee says, he's not gay, he's dyslexic. No, not dyslexic. Ah says, the Dawn says. Okay. Aaron says, say as fast as you can. One smart fellow, he felt smart. Two smart fellows, they both felt smart. Three smart fellows, they all felt smart together. I probably could have done faster, but I was kind of scanning ahead, making sure that you weren't trying to make me say something racist or something. Daniel says, heading out, was only trying to help, my apologies. I know, I appreciate it. Like, if I were to ban anyone or delete messages, it would have been that guy's for spamming. But I'm just a stickler for my rules, so thank you again for your super chat. Wasn't it $10? Thank you again, Daniel. I really appreciate it. Dude, that's a rat says, Dan's mon, blah, blah, blah. Is that French? It looks like it. Okay. EJ says, I have concrete evidence that concrete finishers ate my lunch. Okay. Sar says, there is only one God. If there were multiple, there will be like arguing. Today the sun will rise from the east and the other one will say, no today. Okay. Brad says, what do you love most about yourself? I was born in the time that I'm in, and not like the medieval times where it's hell. For Google says, black is the absence of light. Okay. Anne says, he's straight, neither gay, not dyslexic. True. Jacqueline says, what did I miss? Well, that concrete guy was still talking about concrete. He's kind of notorious in the chat. A lot of people were talking about him and are talking about him. Coca-Cola says, if you could meet up with your younger self, would you beat yourself up for being gay? I condemn your comment. Surf says, concrete guy should build or buy a statue since he can't make friends. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, do you honestly have a favorite nickname that the chat gave you? I like mine, Don Cena. I don't like Don Cena. I'm not a fan of John Cena. Not for him or his memes. My favorite nickname, though? I had one, but I forget it. Sar says, what do you mean by okay, answer me? What was your question? Manuel says, concrete guy, you need a girlfriend, laughing out loud. Okay. Coffee says, do you brush your teeth often, Don? Despite the fact that they're yellow, I do. Hi says, water is unhealthy, too many calories. No. Ghost says, I have no passion for Christ. Okay. Vor says, see, no one likes my passion for the use of concrete to build safe roads. I don't understand. I want to help people. They end up not liking me, crying emoji. Okay. Gon says, your favorite was Donnie, right? No, I dislike that nickname. Slash says, hi Don, how long have you been live for? I think 3 hours. Adversary says, you need to reply, I'm dying after you said I condemn your comment. What? The Potter says, Don, please drink water, I am worried. Okay, I will. In just a second. Jacqueline says, sorry, I keep getting pulled into another chat. Just trying to sort something out with it. This chat is fun, I'll be back. Alright, I'll see you later then, Jacqueline. I'm going to drink something. Sorry for not talking. Jacqueline says, Coffee says, Jacqueline, get the fuck out. Okay. Anne says, why don't you move that Vor guy? He's so dramatic. I very, very rarely ban people. I try to not ban people. Noxious says, that drinking was vicious. I was trying to drink fast, so I wouldn't be boring. Vor says, all I need is to cure my depression. What's wrong with Anusry? You like Woodhouse's Anusry? No comment. Sar says, bro, we are debating about existence of God. I forgot your argument. Hi says, why don't you remove my walnuts? It's so dramatic and making me uncomfortable. I'm not banning people. Just a guy says type 1 if Don is gay. Okay. Porma 2 types 2. Yay. That's the number you want to type if you want to type the truth. Frosty says, the F-16 Fighting Falcon, often nicknamed the Viper, is a single-engine supersonic multi-role fighter aircraft. Okay. Joseph Barreras says 2. Thank you. RT says 1.5. Interesting. Does that mean I'm bisexual? Or just zesty? Sophie says, hello, what content do you make? Just this. Noxious says, is Don short for Don ass? No. The Potter says, Don, drink water every 15 minutes. That's good advice. Joseph says, zesty for show. Okay. Brad says, did you have a favorite grade in school? I think mine was the 7th. I think my favorite was 10th. Porma 2 says, I like 10th. We like the same thing? Okay. Wither says, what's 6 times 3? 18. Vor says, I wish I had friends who were tough like Wall. Okay. Bobette says 2. Thank you. The Potter says, stop being mean to him. He literally looks tired as hell. I don't mind mean comments. Sar says, bro, you want to give your argument or not? If you not, then that means I win and I left you speechless. I think the burden of proof is on you. Why should I believe in God? Anne says, Vor, you're a gay and making Don uncomfortable. That's why I said to ban you. Okay. Adversary says, was my comment about your nose being big mean? If so, sorry. I don't mind mean comments. Joseph Barrera says, you should move your hand. There's a red mark. A red mark? What are you talking about? There's no red mark. The Potter says, Don, who would win, Captain Dubois or you? I mean, Captain Dubois is a supernatural cartoon character, so Dubois. Cold Slayer says, have some coffee. I don't have coffee, but I do have Dr. Pepper. Coffee says, my cat passed away yesterday. I'm sorry to hear that. Vor says, Anusri, why do you not like concrete? It's so simple, and it's literally everywhere. I understand it can be too much sometimes, though. Okay. Callie says, you look tired, oh dear. I do. I feel fine. Maybe I am tired, a little bit. P-Dub says, was Madero a CIA asset? I don't think so. Brad says, what's the most annoying trait you find with dealing with people? Most annoying trait? I don't know. I mean, nothing like unusual. Like, I obviously, dislike, people that get angry for no reason, blah blah blah. I don't have anything unusual though. Callie says, have you tried any other flavors in Dr. Pepper? I've tried strawberry. I like that one. Cher says, hi Don, do you collect Pokemon cards? I don't. Gon says, concrete guy is making me like concrete now. Okay. Manuel says, concrete guy, do you know their tar also? Okay. Kier says, banks make the money don't make me. We've been together like 8 Ball and MJG. Okay. Mina says, can you speak Uzbekistan? I know you can, but say. I'm not gonna say that, sorry. Wither says, what would you do if you had 2 to 3 sticks? Probably throw them away. Puma2 says, concrete is for the lames. Real ones prefer naturally occurring limestone. Okay. Surf says, the most annoying thing is dumb and repetitive comments about concrete. Okay. Hi says, what would you do if you had 12 arms? If I had 12 arms, what could I do? I don't know. Maybe I probably would be a circus performer. Joseph Barrera says, I prefer cement over concrete. Okay. Coffee says, I miss my wife. Okay. Sophie says, this content is amazing. I love it. Glad to hear. Gon says, do you like big crowds? No. Adversary says, you could be a pro gooner with 12 arms. I did think of something sexual, unfortunately, when I got that comment. But if I had 12 arms, I wouldn't do that. Callie says, what would be your show in the circus? I mean, it would be possible just to be a circus freak and not do anything. But what would be my show? I probably could juggling might be interesting with 12 arms. The Real says apple juice or orange juice. Orange juice. Mina says, do you have a girlfriend? If you don't, know what name of girls you like. I'm not gonna say if I have a girlfriend. Sonic says hello. Hello, Sonic. Cass says, why is pedophilia evil? Because children can't consent. Porma2 says, imagine how high you could count on your fingers. Yeah. More than 100. My Sherry says, don't flush your radiator and pour it on the tar road in front of your home. It don't come out. Okay. Callie says, at Brad, hello mister. Yes, been a while. Okay. Jacqueline says, Dawn, what's your favorite color? Why are you asking that? You're just being funny, aren't you? Slash says, I'm in 12th grade. I'm in school right now with my volume halfway up in math class because we have a sub. Should I make it louder? Yes. The Potter says, don't go insane. I think I'm keeping my sanity. Joseph Barrera says, but honestly, ignorant people are the worst by far. Okay. Porma2 says, make sure to plug your channel. My channel? Like and subscribe. I'm good. Kier says, Don, what do you like more about soccer out of long-range goals? I'm not into soccer. Hi Hello says, go insane now. No. Sar says, it's the truth, man. Like, I think you are an atheist and you only believe in things that you see with your own eyes. That's true. Google says, who are you gonna get pregnant? My partner. JK says, some moron G in a wreck and caused a big traffic jam. Got in a wreck and caused a big traffic jam. You made a typo, but it almost seemed like you were trying to get me to say a racial slur there. Hi says, eyes kinda exist for a reason. Yeah. Porma2 says, that was a pretty good one though. Are you talking about the typo? Because I'm proud of myself that I caught that. Jacqueline says, at Casu, please be mindful with your comments due to YouTube rules. Okay. I'm curious what their comment was now. I'm trying to find it. Casa says, define pedophilia. I don't really want to. It's a dark word. Gone says, ever try butter on a Pop-Tart? No. Sheezer says, may I please steal your cheese? No. Cold Slayer says, if you want to join the circus, just be a 5-foot man eating chicken. What? Vor says, can you please say I like concrete for Anasri? Maybe then I can convince them to like my passion for safe roads. I like concrete, sure. Slash says, my phone is 2 clicks away from being full volume. Should I do it, Don? Yes. Porma2 says, I respect majorities. Okay. Cloudy says, yo bro, tell me a good prank I can do on my friend. Do a harsh one. A A good prank? What's a good prank? I can't think of anything. Can the chat help me? Does anyone know a good prank? My mind went to the meme where the person that falls asleep first has like brain surgery conducted on them, but don't do that prank. Nug says, I know a prank. What? EJ says ice bath. Okay. Slash says, what if the prank could be spill cold water on his pants so that it looks like he urinated himself? That's a good prank. Jacqueline says laughing emoji. Okay. Joseph Barrera says Coca-Cola commenter had 2 comments condemned in one stream. He did? Okay. Hi says concrete sucks. We should replace all of the roads with ice. No, that sounds bad. Callie says cake or cookie. Cookie. Wither says concrete evidence. Okay. Google says deadly fish prank. What's that? I see your profile picture though, that relates. Slash says, wouldn't the ice melt though? Good point. Goat says, do you know where is Epstein Island? I think it's like off the coast of Costa Rica maybe? I think it's near Central America. Someone says, what is 1 + 1? No, it's 11. It's not 11. Vor says, I built the roads in Epstein Island. No way. Rick says, do you do this full time? I don't. Sar says, so, do you see your brain? The answer is no. So you believe you do not have a brain? I see your point. I don't see God, but does that mean that God doesn't exist? I mean, by that logic, you can have me believe anything. Like, you can have me believe the spaghetti monster because I don't see it. Honey says hi. Hello, honey. Coca-Cola says, I lay the pipes on Epstein Island. Okay. Pi says, I can see my brain in a scan. Can you scan God? That's a good point. The Real says, I've seen other people's brains, so I know they exist. Okay. Goat says, do you think Stephen Hawking was a pedo? I mean, I don't think there's any concrete evidence, so I can't say so. Edward says, if he sleeps with his flies open, put a sausage in gently then. Wake him up, and when he's slow coming back round from sleep, cut it, laughing out loud. That's an intense prank. My chat is lagging right now. Excuse me. It's glitching out. Vor says, I saw Trump admiring my concrete on the island. I don't think so. Goat says, read my name loud and proper. No. Mika says, please pick, are you in Los Angeles? I'm not gonna say. Average says, what's pi plus 1? 4.14. Callie says, just talking to others since I'm bored. I get it. Sar says, my name is not Sar, it is Sardar. Sardar. Okay. Brad says, what one person do you trust most in life? I'm not gonna say who, but they're blood related. Hi says, National Roast Suckling Pork Day. Okay. Vor says, Trump said I like the concrete. Concrete is good. Okay. Gon says, Sardar sauce. Sardar sauce, tartar sauce. Okay. Ghost says, marriage is a divine union between two. Okay. Sand says, how are you? Good, thank you. FBI says, I supply the electricity on Epstein's Island. I don't believe that. Slash says, would you play my game? I am coding in my coding class. No. Sorry. Pen says, I pooped my pants. Okay. Vor says, Trump said to me, his hair was shining on the reflection of my concrete. Okay. Sock says, eat a pancake and get married to a waffle, please. Not happening. Pen says dick. Okay. Honey says, how expensive is oil? I don't know. Goat says, what is your country national dish? Does the United States have a national dish? I don't know. I would like to learn that. What is it? Pen says, pussy. Okay. Callie says, bye Ghost, bye Brad, bye Don. See ya, Callie. The Potter says, who would win? Captain Dubois or Voldemort? Voldemort. Gian says hi. Hello, Gian. Callie says this emoji. Bye. Brad says, hope you have a good day, Callie. Okay. Cold Slayer says, you're gonna sink in your bed after this stream. Yeah. Basically. Sar says, it's more like Surda, but they're effects of him. Do I list them? Do you list them? Sure. Joseph Barrera says, it's probably American breakfast or fried chicken. That seems right. Kurt says hi. Hello, Kurt. PW says, always two there are. What? Jacqueline says, OMG, yes. I just saw the timer. Laughing emoji. I'll make a coffee. Again, if you should go to bed, you should go to bed. Saw says, you're a funny, deadpanned man. Thank you. Annabelle says, teddy bear emoji. Makes me think of Call of Duty Zombies. Kurt says, do you play Roblox? I don't. Anonymous says, can I goon to you? I'm not gonna stop you. Jacqueline says, no, I'm good. Thanks. Okay. Goat says, you look like Will with jaundice from Stranger Things. Okay. Val says, I play Roblox. Okay. Utah says, dude, Hagrid wants his haircut back. This is Hagrid's haircut? Okay. Heel says, this is parasocial experiment. Yeah. Joseph Barrera says, ha 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 ha. Bye bye. Teddy bear emoji. Yep. Bye, mystery box. 10 says, are you Hispanic? Yes. Val says, you are good looking today, man. Thank you. Cold Slayer says, my friend sent these emojis. What does it mean? It means that he wants sexual intercourse. Hi says, it's officially Celebration of Life Day. It is? Okay. Brad says, What about yourself do you have trouble acknowledging? I mean, that's a hard to answer question. You know, it's like a paradox. I don't want to answer. Joseph Barrera says, only today? That's a good, like, point about that other guy's comment. PWR says, always, to there, are no more, no less, a master and a apprentice. What? Gone says, do you like McDonald's breakfast? Yeah. Helty says, what is your motivation for doing this? I mean, one reason is it's fun. You never know what the next message is going to be. Gucci says, do you always wear a t-shirt under your shirt? Yes. I think it would look a bit funny if there was no, like, t-shirt here. Andy says, cool fact. Yuma, Arizona is the sunniest city in the United States. Okay. Slash says, my sub gave us work called Rationale Expression Worksheet. Okay. Goat says, which country cuisine you like? I mean, my favorite cuisine is American. Fast food. Gone says, do you prefer night or day? Night. Anonymous says, please, Diddy, please. Diddy, no, Diddy, no, Diddy. Okay. Joseph Barrera says, how about a tank top / muscle shirt under? I mean, I feel like there should be a shirt visible right here. If it's just skin and there's a polo shirt, I think that looks weird. 10 says, Joseph Barrera, stop gooning. Okay. Val says, the sun that day is so hot or horrible. Okay. Bean says, my gosh, cutie patootie, it's been hours. It has. Jacqueline says, it looks classy. Yeah, I like it. Fur says, do you put the milk or circle first? Circle? I mean, I don't even eat cereal. Andy says, Israel flag emoji, heart emoji. Okay. Sophia says, so we have a paradoxical relationship. A parasocial relationship. Gone says, fact. Humans have produced enough concrete to fill the oceans. Really? That's hard to believe. Brad says, aside from anything YouTube related, what are you looking most forward to right now? Well, there's a meetup with real life people I have planned. I'm excited for that. Adversary says, I thought you said you didn't know your race. Why did you agree to being Hispanic? Hispanic is not a race. Healthy says, free Palestine. No comment. Ghost says, we have changed cheating to sharing because it's caring. Amen. What? Boiling says, stick your blah blah blah. I'm not gonna read that. Beetroot says, oh my gosh, cutie patootie, it's been hours. As I said, it has, yeah. The Potter says, okay. Slash says, I don't feel like I don't want to do the work. I feel like I should cheat, should I? I don't think you should. Sai says, can I say a Bible verse here? Yeah. Anonymous says, Sometimes I stop my blood flow to my hand so it goes numb. So, if I goon, it feels like I'm getting hand job. Okay. Bradley says, "Hi Don, I'm from South Africa. Time is 1540. What time is the time there?" I'm gonna not say the specific time, but it is morning right now. Andy says, "Pretty please do the cat meme." I'm not doing that. Jacqueline says, "Chat gets wild at this time." It does. A says, "Hi." Hello, A. TMB says, "Glibber glab, flump the zorp, bleep bloop bleep." Okay. Cat says, "Never seen you on this time of day. How long you been on?" I've been on for like 3 hours, and that's true. I'm not usually on at this time. Shoop says, "What's your favorite city/state you've been to?" One of them is San Fran. Surf says, "It seems that your fan base calls themselves the Goonies." Okay. Anonymous says, "What your thoughts on political and economical state of the world?" Well, Jaden, I don't want to give my opinion. Utah says, "You are always up so late. Are you an out-of-work porn star? Stage name, Buck. Naked?" No. Heel says, "Do you support genocide state?" Do I support genocide? No. Thrift says, "Please don't end the stream in 2 hours and 13 minutes. I'll end it in 1 hour and 43 minutes. Goat says, did he stop?" Okay. The Potter says, "Who'd win, Captain Dubois or Captain America?" Dubois. 10 says, "You should end the stream now. Gooners and politics off." I'm continuing. Skull says, "Israel isn't a country, it's a group of terrorists that took over a country." No comment. Slash says, "Well, I'm going to just listen to the stream as I cheat on my work, so I will only say something when I feel like it." Okay. Val says, "What the fuck? There are sus people here." Okay. Sai says, Galatians 2:20, "I have been crucified with Christ. It is no longer who I live, but Christ lives in me. And the life I now live in the flesh, I live by faith." Okay. Jacqueline says, "Yes. Continue, I made coffee." Okay. Surf says, "People say it's cold as hell. Hell is not perceived to be cold." That's true, but sometimes it's perceived to be cold. I think in Dante it was. Gone says, "Are you craving donuts?" Yes. Samara says, "Read Yowie." Not my thing. Eat Babies says, "Chicken." Okay. Slash says, "My friend is going to give me the answers, so I'm back." Okay. You're not cheating. You're not cheating in like you're using ChatGPT or something. Your friend is just going to give you the answers. Okay. Via says, "Play any competitive games?" I used to play Rainbow Six Siege. The Potter says, "I am drinking hot chocolate." Okay. Eat Baby says, "Rooster emoji." By the way, that's a cool profile picture. I like when profile pictures connect to the fact that profile pictures are circular. Helty says Israel or Palestine. No comment. Andy says, is Valorant a game you played? Is it fun? I haven't played it, but I have watched people troll and grief on that game. JK says, that's a video game, not a competitive game. Oh, I guess that's right. I'm not into sports. I am just a nerd. So that's why my brain went to video games. Kurt says mouth open emoji. Okay. Sammy says, is this a good game? What? Rainbow Six Siege? I would say so. Let Me says R6 is a competitive video game though. Yeah, but I think that guy may have been talking about like sports. Jacqueline says, I like aviation games. Aviation games? Like Flight Simulator? Kurt says 6-7. Okay. Quack says, say one Jinxie line right now. Alright. What's something he says? I mean, I think alright passes. He has a specific way of saying it. Eat Baby says, gang, please leave 6-7 in 2025. Okay. Hi Hello says, competitive games can still be video games. Yeah. Ali the AI says, Dawn, I've been here for hours. You have? Why haven't you been typing? I mean, at least say something every now and then. It's cool to see you. Kurt says, say, wait a minute. Haha. Who are with laugh you? What? Joseph Barrera says, what's up, brother? Finger pointing emoji. That's a sketch, isn't it? 10 says, you liberals are disillusioned by dogma. Delusional fucks. Okay. JK says, at work now, listening for 4 hours. Rock on, bro. See you tomorrow. You've listened to this for 4 hours? Wow. See you later. Lilo says, what nationality are you? I am American. Tink says, please shout out. No. Shoop says, what are your favorite hobbies? Video editing. That's one. Football says Messi or Ronaldo. Messi. Brad says, aside from starting a YouTube channel, when is the last time you stepped out of your comfort zone? The last time I stepped out of my comfort zone. I had a jalapeno sandwich recently, and I'm not too much a fan, but I decided to try it anyways. That's a bad answer, but I can't think of any answer I would want to share on the internet. Penguin says, what do you do? Just stream? Itzy says, it's 12:45, should I go to bed? If you should go to bed, you should go to bed. Val says, hope is hope, love what you love. Okay. Jacqueline says, a jalapeno sandwich laughing emoji. Okay. Slash says, my friend is using the AI, so I don't have to. Okay, so you're cheating. Okay. Anonymous says, when was the last time you gooned? I don't goon. The Potter says, who would you smash, Captain Dubois or Trunchbull? No comment. Timothy says, hi, I'm new and I gave you a like and sub. Okay. Eat Babies says, foot emoji. Okay. 10 says, stop spamming liberal propaganda. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Boogie says, can I talk to you? I mean, you kind of are talking to me right now. Itzy says, it's 12:45, should I go to bed? Didn't I already answer you? If you should go to bed, you should go to bed. Lilo says, hi, please do mukbangs. Give me, $500, and I'll eat a Big Mac on stream, in a future stream. Kurt says, are you scamming me because you're not looking at my word? There's too many messages to read. Matthew says, you're so goonable. Okay. Thrift says, would you want a protein shake made by My Special Milk? No way. Fa says, if you were halfway in your mother and your father was halfway in you, which way are you going to get out? I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. Boogie says, do you think about the Woolbox commuted Roblox? What? Helty says, do you support Israel crime? No comment. Quack says, what is your opinion on Geometry Dash 2.208 update? I heard that they added clicking in between frames. That sounds pretty good. 10 says, so you support Israel crime? Liberal, shut the fuck up. No comment. Kurt says, I hate you so much. Okay. Damien says, it's 2:45 a.m. I can't fall asleep. Okay. Slash says, what do you do after streams? I try to keep my life private. Porma2 says, kills babies. Yeah, I'm in the right here. No comment. Steak says, are the Robs back? I can't recall seeing any Robs recently. Brad says, aside from anything YouTube related, what's one thing you want to make happen in the next year? I want to make a Minecraft server. Yeah. Anonymous says, would you be gay for one day to save the world? I'll cross that bridge if and when I get there. Gon says, your favorite birthday cake ever? I don't know, but I will say that I don't like chocolate, so definitely not a chocolate cake. Shoop says, first time watching your stream, but you seem like a nice guy. God bless you, Don, and everyone else in chat. Thank you. 10 says, who's your favorite Disney princess? Jasmine. Jacqueline says ice cream cake. Okay. Ali the AI says, Don, you said $500 for you to eat an energy bar earlier. That's true. That is kind of unfair considering the fact I just said that for $500 I would eat a Big Mac on stream. A Big Mac and an energy bar are not equal. Anyways though, I've updated the deal to Big Mac. Dion says, my friend said he hates tomatoes but loves tomato sauce. Weird. The Potter says, mature. Koala emoji. Okay. Anonymous says, have you ever gooned so hard and forgot you gooned so hard that it's hurt to goon so hard again? No. Joseph Barrera says, if someone donated you $1,000, would you end the stream early if they asked? Yeah, I would. And I would donate some to charity, considering the fact that I'm violating the agreement of the timer. Because of the violation, I would donate quite a bit to charity. Roman says, dude, I burned my hand. Do you have something? I do not. C. Brown says, what charity? I don't know. I'm not too informed in charities. I would just choose a random one. The first one that comes to mind is Salvation Army. Says good. Okay. Jamie says you are a handsome man from Carol. Thank you. Cold Slayer says maybe Don went broke and passed out. I think they were saying that they were leaving earlier. Anonymous says he looks so goonable, to be honest. Okay. Roman says, can you do jump style? What's that? Allie the AI says, I suggest Ronald McDonald House. McDonald's? Okay. Dean says, Goo Goo Gaga. Your profile picture is fitting. Hi says, okay. Okay. Don Yarndall says, laughing out loud. Laughing emoji. You're still here? I thought you left. I could have sworn that you wrote like, leaving soon. Maybe I'm mistaken though. Gon says, Don, what's kinda unusual not liking chocolate? Yeah, it is unusual. By the way, thank you again, Don, for super chatting all of that earlier. Don Yarndall says, just chillin'. Cool. Slash says, what is your favorite thing that you've ever bought that's on your desk right now? That would be besides my computer, my keyboard, I have a Corsair mechanical keyboard. It's, I like it. Joseph Barrera says, I'm going to do what you said, Don. I'm going to sleep because it's that time for me. See you tomorrow. See ya. Good on you for being responsible. Jekko says, a flying peanut will come to your room tonight. Is he gonna be burnt? Anonymous says, do you accept human sacrifice? No. Thrift says, what are the odds of us gooning together on your bed, Don? Almost 0. Slash says, can you click your mechanical keyboard? Since you ask. Allie the AI says 90% of the funds make it to people who need it at Ronald McDonald House. Ronald McDonald House is a charity? Are you just being silly? Eat Baby says, I'm gonna leave stream, see ya. Bye, Eat Babies. Jekko says, do you play Geometry Dash? I used to. I got as far as Clutterfunk. I beat Clutterfunk. Figure says, I already read that. Claire says, today is 2026. True. The Potter says, Bob. Okay. Sport says, hedge. Isn't that hello in another language? Anonymous says, would you swallow my special white sauce if it gives you superhuman powers? No. Lel says, what's your favorite song? One of my favorite songs is Red Dead Redemption 2 PS4 theme dynamic song. Don Yarndall says, you're welcome. You earned more than that. Than what I could super chat. You're putting in the work. Thank you. Slash says, that keyboard is nice. The sound, and I bet when you do play Minecraft, it's really nice to use probably. It is. Jacqueline says, dates wrapped in melted dark chocolate and peanuts taste like a Snickers bar. A healthy treat. That's one of your treats of choice? Okay. And it's healthy. Allie the AI says it's a charity. They provide housing and food for families with children in hospital. Okay. Thank you for responding to my question when I asked what charity I should donate to. I did not know that there was a charity called that, and I'm surprised that it's called that. Dean says goo goo, gaga, goo goo, gaga, goo goo. Okay. Joda says, I think I love you, bro. Okay. Anonymous says, why can't I find you on OnlyFans? I'm not on there. Anonymous says, I already read that. Gone says, cherry Dr. Pepper is the best soda. I'll have to give it a try. The Potter says, crying emoji, I am going insane. Okay. Dawn says, I feel bad I made you stay alive so long. I mean, I can handle it just fine. I'm not too tired. And I like money, so it's worth it. But seriously though, I'm not tired. Jack says, you are a chill guy, not gonna lie. Thank you. Dean says, do you play Fortnite? Very occasionally. Gon says, it's good for chatters, says Don. Yeah, I'm sure there's some chatters that are glad that I'm live longer. Roman says, help, my chandelier fell on me. I mean, if you're injured, if you're seriously injured, you probably should call emergency services. Slash says, out of the people in the chat, and are my questions more normal than most? Yes, you haven't been vulgar. Jacqueline says, yep, I love the long streams. Glad to hear. Roman says, okay, what's the number? What? Bop says, do you approve of Cheese Block? I don't know what that is. Is that a YouTuber? Dean says, have you gotten rickrolled before? Yes. Est says, what shoes you got on? I'm not wearing shoes. Adversary says, okay, what's your language, culture, ethnicity, since you can't tell us your race? I mean, my language, English, culture, I mean, somewhat Mexican, but really American. Ethnicity, Hispanic. Don Yarndall says, what charity? World Central Kitchen, I hear, is a good one. World Central Kitchen. I'm imagining it, involves food, giving to those that are hungry. That's obvious. I searched up the charity on Google, and I'll look at it later. Freddy says, what's the vibe like in America? I mean, I don't know. I don't have a frame of reference. Al says, what languages do you speak? Just English. Quack says, the background music sounds like brown noise. Brown noise. Music can be brown noise? Anonymous says, is it okay if I feed your live stream into large language model and use that AI to start OF and get filthy rich? I mean, sure. That sounds interesting. Damien says, should I call my crush right now and ask her out? Sure. Yes. Jacqueline says, animal charities are good. They have no voice. True, but I feel like maybe I should prioritize humans. Vish says, hi, do you remember me? I do. Gon says, do you curse much in real life? Not at all. Call says, so fucking. Okay. Bop says, it's a block of cheese, it's yummy. Okay, you were just saying a block of cheese, nothing, it wasn't a reference, okay. L says, about to donate some plasma to help me feed my friend that needs it to get his fix. You're gonna do that just so that your friend can get drugs. Okay. The Potter says, would you be able to beat Napoleon in a 1v1? No. Dean says, did you react to Kevin the Cube butterfly event? Maybe. I was playing back in 2018 if that's when the event took place. I do remember when that cube was moving around on the map. Bop says, do you approve though? What? AR says, why do you look sad? It's just the way my personality is. Slash says, if I were to friend you on Discord, if you would friend me back even I don't use it? I mean, what's the point of friending me if you don't use Discord? Cub says, why don't chickens fly in the middle of July in Dubai anymore? What? That did sound cool though. Dirt says, I like Trump. Okay. 10 says, everyone is gooning, so I'll ask, do you have any abs? Visibly? No. Anonymous says, would you protect your subscribers from AI uprising with your life? No. Mick says, have you played G and B? I haven't. Damien says, I'ma be single forever. She said she would rather ask out a donkey than she blocked me. I'm sorry to hear that. Roman says, bro, have you summoned the Bloody Mary? I never did that. I do remember people in school doing that. Dean says, do you know SpongeBob is in Fortnite? Goo goo gaga. Yes, I did see that. Isn't SpongeBob like a companion now? Tab says, do you play Roblox? I don't. OJ says, what's your opinion on Israel? I'm not gonna provide an opinion. Marcus says, bro, can I have mod? Sorry, no, it requires a yellow super chat. Though, if I were to mod anyone for free right now, it would be you. Well, actually, there's some other people that I might consider, but you're up there because you've donated a lot in the past. L says, what even is gooning? It's prolonged masturbation. Sub says, do you support LGBTQ? Yeah. 10 says, this guy looks like Ashton Kutcher. Maybe. Adversary says, okay, what's your language, culture, ethnicity? I already answered your question. John says, do you support Christianity? I mean, I'm not Christian, so I guess not, but do I hate Christianity? No. Marcus says, have a great day! Exclamation point. Thank you. You too. Ali the AI says, Dawn is protected during the AI uprising by me. Thank you, Ali the AI. Roman says, can you eat 10 Big Macs? I can't even eat 2. Ghost says, I have no soul. I'm Demon Beelzebub. Okay. Bop says, do you approve of the cheese block? Sure. Dean says, do you have any ideas that you think you can predict in the next thing in the item shop? What do I predict? Minecraft. I am says, what's your gaming chair? It is a Secret Lab gaming chair. I think it's the Omega series. Jacqueline says, I'm off. Good night. Wave emoji. Alright, Jacqueline. See ya. You're finally getting off, huh? I kind of thought you were gonna stay longer because it felt like just a second ago you were talking about making coffee, but I guess not. Bye. And thank you again for your super chats. Don Yarndal says, good night, Jacqueline. Yes, good night. Anonymous says, would you sell your soul for fame and wealth? No. 10 says, are you an atheist? I'm not religious, so I guess so. Ali the AI says, Don, you should turn on memberships. They're better than super chats. You get the funds and it encourages more viewers. Memberships? I don't know. If I were to put memberships on, that would mean I would have to provide perks to the members. I don't know if I'm ready to like what perks would I offer? I don't know if there's any perks that I would want to offer. Adversary says, does anyone remember Siren Head? Isn't that a cryptid? I think that sounds familiar. Roman says, what is the worst thing you draw? What? Joshua says, someone said Siren Head and I'm gonna get nightmares. Okay. Clapper says, do you watch anime? I do not. Ali the AI says, I will make you members emojis. I really appreciate it, but again, like, I don't want people to become a member just for emojis. I mean, I would appreciate that they're supporting me, but that's a bad deal. Don Yarndal says emojis are a fun perk for members. $1. Yeah, it might be cool to have custom emojis, but again, I don't want to make memberships a thing and have it be a bad deal. I'd want to actually offer something great. And I don't know if I want to put in the effort of like having to give members perks. I think super chats works fine. Quack says, do you think GTA 6 will be delayed after a studio explosion? No, I don't think so. Anonymous says, I'm relentlessly studying microbiology and molecular physics so that I can clone you. Okay. Collector says, what do you think about the theory that Chuck E. Cheese reuses pizzas? I mean, I don't believe in it, but that's a fun theory to think about. But their pizza does kind of taste like that might be the case. Synth says, did you move your bed or your setup? I think my setup is the same as like the streams of before. Ali the AI says, I would buy a membership and I would donate memberships. You would also gift. I appreciate it, but like, again, if I offer memberships, I want to make sure that I'm giving great perks. Fish says, listen to Paper Cut by Linkin Park. Thanks for the recommendation. No Care says, hey. Hi. Y says, how much do these streams last? Well, this stream is gonna end when this timer ends. And how long do these streams usually last? The average stream is like 2.5 hours long. Ali the AI says, give members only live streams once a week. That's that's a possibility, but I don't know. I feel like an important factor as to why these streams are entertaining is because of the tons of chat messages. If it's only members, then it would only be a few chat messages. Gone says, I love when the background music gets wee woo wee. Yeah, it's cool. Don says, and you get to drop membership milestones. We want to support. I mean, we kind of already do have that with like how the timer increases. Brad says, what's a trait that you admire in someone else you know that you'd love to have yourself? I mean, I would like to be funnier. Joshua says, I tried to scroll but saw Chicken Wing song. Okay. Ray says, just open up memberships, you dip shit. No. Allie the AI says, please turn it on now in YouTube Studio, Don. I don't really want to. It wouldn't be a good deal. Like, I want to offer something that I myself would buy, and I wouldn't buy a membership. MFR says hi. Hello, MF. Don says, ha ha ha, laughing emoji, love ya. Okay. Jacqueline says, audience growth will go down dramatically if I were to do membership only streams. Yeah, but to be fair, Allie said only once a week though. Allie the AI says, I buy memberships, not super chats. Huh. Again, I appreciate the brainstorming, but I don't like memberships. 10 says, memberships suck. Boo. Okay. Anonymous says, you could sell your bathwater for your members. I'm not doing what Belle Delphine did. The Potter says, Dubois has a collection of decapitated animal heads, including dogs, cats, birds, and fish, mounted on the walls of her office in Monte Carlo. Okay. Where is Monte Carlo? Is that in France? Dana says, if you could choose a career trade to do the rest of your life, what would it be? Content creator. Slash says, where can I find your username for Discord? I'll type it in the chat right now. Infighter Don Benitez. That's my username on Discord. The Potter says, in Monaco near France. Monaco. Is Monaco a country? Dana says, thanks for choosing my question. You earned a sub. Okay. The Potter says, yes, Monaco. Okay. Daryl says, are you keeping your promises and keeping your sneakers tied up? I always have tied shoes. Are they tied together though? They're not tied up together. Anonymous says, I have no mouth and I must scream. Okay. Call Me says, what's your battery percent? 100. My phone is plugged in. Allie the AI says, Infighter Don Benitez, I sent you a request. I'm my new name 2025. Okay. I mean, I accept all friend requests, so I'll accept yours after the stream. Dana says, do you work out? I do not. Oliver says, can you spell run? I mean, I'm not homosexual, so no. The Potter says, psychopathic behavior. She boasts of her lifelong obsession with killing animals, mentioning at the age of 7, she strangled her first parrot, flushed her first goldfish, and punched her first snake. That seems fitting because of the character she is in the movie. And also, now that I think about it, that backstory indicates that, you know, that she might be a serial killer when she becomes an adult. Now that I think about it. Anonymous says, do you think I'm the most fucked up person here? No. Ray says, sell these nasty perverts your dirty panties. I mean, I don't wear panties, and I wouldn't even do my underwear either. My Sherry says, Grace Kelly married the King of Monaco. She's the actress from The Birds, and she was ours first. Okay. Dean says, I wish I could make animations, but I can't because I'm too dumb to make one. I'm sure you could. You just need to put in the effort. Gon says, who is the most fucked up person here then? Who is that? Let me think. I mean, to be honest, it may be anonymous. I'm looking at the recent chatters and, well, actually it might be this person, Mr. Neighbor. SCP says nah. Okay. The Potter says, Dawn, I am buying a desktop next week. Awesome. Nolan says, do you watch baseball? I don't. Mr. says, I sub laughing emoji. Okay. Okay says, what time is it for you? It is morning. Super says, what time do you usually stream? I usually start my streams like an hour, like 6 hours before the current time it is now. Tab says, you have yellow teeth. True. Slash says, I sent my friend request. It should show a... Got it. Mona says, how are you? Good, thank you. Ray says, it's chillax, dumb arse. I don't understand, but the most messed up guy in the chat actually may be you. I think I remember you saying some pretty messed up things. Wilhelm says, what do you think of gun laws in Germany? I don't know them, and even if I did, I wouldn't provide an opinion. Anonymous says, in this world, is the destiny of mankind controlled by some transcendental entity or law? I don't think so. Okay says, do you stream games? I don't. Oliver says, for me, it is 15:20. Can you guess in what land I'm in by the time? I guess, my guess is Spain. Gon says, anonymous quoting Berserk, cool. Okay. Tab says, do you watch Skibbity Toilet? I don't. Jorge says, Don, who is the more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows? I mean, that's kind of an abstract question that doesn't have like a real answer. But my instinct is to say, like most people, the fool who follows. Oliver says, ooh, close, but it was Sweden. Okay. Slash says, well, I'm a go. It's 9:25. Alright, see ya, Slash. Wilhelm says, what is your religion? I'm not religious. The Potter says, at the end of the film, Final Fate, she is captured by the penguins and shipped to Madagascar in a crate. Oh, at the end of Madagascar 3? I do remember that. Anonymous says, sometimes I look away from my monitor to load it faster. I think I do the same thing too. Damien says, it's 3:20 a.m. for me. Okay. Super says, what time zone do you use? I'm not going to say, but I am in the US. Wilhelm says, may I ask why you are not religious? I mean, why should I be religious? I think the burden of proof is on the religious people. 1 second. I'm gonna do something cool. Excuse me for 1 second. One of my viewers made this Don Benitez bingo thing. This is bingo for when you watch the live stream. Feces comment, Stranger Things is brought up, Don is wearing gray, Don smiles, someone hitting up Don. First Captain was playing bingo with this thing watching the live stream. It's a pretty cool thing he made. Anyways though. Porma2 says, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's cool. Don Yarndal says, I believe this is the hour I paid for, so you can go whenever you're ready. I really appreciate you giving me an out, just in case if I'm tired, but I can push on. And I shouldn't have even used the word push on. It's gonna be a stroll in the park. I'm not tired. Anonymous says, I train myself to lucid dream on command to dream about goth mommies. Okay. Okay says, do you like physiology? Is it like an interest of mine? No. Super says, who made it? Oh yeah, I should have totally mentioned that. The first captain. The first captain. Alana says, I subbed. Okay. Quack says, favorite Flash game. I liked Learn to Fly. Gone says, lucid dreaming has to be a myth. It kind of feels like it, but it's definitely not. Too many people talk about it. No Care says, college. I'm gonna keep that private. Balestier says, didn't know you could waste my time during my work hours as well. I'm streaming at a different time. You're listening to me at work? Okay. Anonymous says, I command you to check out Mount and Blade Bannerlord. Maybe. Many says, name an anime character for an edit. Ashitaka from Princess Mononoke. Dean says, do you play Roblox? No. Ray says, what program are you using to be able to import graphics to your phone on stream? Graphics aren't being imported to my phone. My phone's camera is being imported to my computer. Oliver says, Don, is your name Don? It is. Sam says, what is your favorite movie? Eyes Wide Shut. Skull says, hi Don. Hi Skull. The Potter says, before the end of the film, the mayor of New York presents Dubois with a check of $1 million, but she tears it and says it was only about Alex. Okay. Helty says, how old are you? I'm gonna keep that private, but I am an adult. Anonymous says, what kind of Don don't have henchmen? Okay. Porma2 says, how old am I? My guess is, you watch that one dude called Beck the Schizo, so you're clearly not above 25, I would guess. So 22. BV says favorite food, the Big Mac. The Potter says guess how old I am. I don't really want to, I'm sorry. Billy says, I'm gonna tell you something. You're a wonderful person and the world is better with you in it. Thank you. Okay, cool guy says, how many more generations do you think there will be before the Earth is destroyed? I think there's a lot of time left. I think there's gonna be dozens more. Porma2 says, I will. You're 14. You're guessing the Potter's age? Okay. That random says, what is your favorite YouTuber? Salc1. Quack says, yo, what's your favorite game right now? Minecraft. Call Me says, what topic makes you laugh? Topic? I don't know if there's a topic. Unexpected things make me laugh. Wilhelm says, I work at a gun factory and shop at 15. I am very proud of myself. That's impressive. The Potter says, I am a little older than that. You're a little older than what Porma2 guessed. Okay. Helty says, what did you eat for breakfast? I ate, I think I had chicken for breakfast. It's been like 24 hours since I've had breakfast, by the way. Anonymous says, I hope my great-great-great-grandson taste goth mommies before Earth go boom. Okay. Okay says, is it more early morning for you, like 1 to 3 a.m., or mid-morning, like 8 to 11? I'm gonna keep that private. Definitely says, do you like rock music? Yeah. Damien says, okay. Gon says, bro, I am nervous about meeting with people. Some tips. If you can, meet these people with a friend. Call Me says, finish the lyrics. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. I don't remember the lyrics. Blah 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 at every door. Is that a lyric? Spring says, hi there. Hi, Spring. Minion says, Jag. What? Daryl says, Don, can you please keep me a promise with your sneakers, please? Can you promise that you will never wear them untied again? I don't wear them untied. Daniel says, I haven't been on here for at least 3 weeks, but I will ask again. Don, do you remember me? I do. Tab says, Israel or Palestine? No comment. Quack says, what's your favorite artist? And what's your favorite song from them? One of my favorite artists is Radiohead. The Potter says, in the middle, Dubois steals a police bike but crashes it into a fountain and is arrested by the police. Later, she escapes from prison and regroups her injured men, managing to revive them with a song. Oh yeah, she sings that one French song, that one iconic French song. It's an interesting thing you're doing, The Potter, saying all these scenes. I've watched the movie before, so whenever you say one of these scenes, I picture it, I remember it from watching it many years ago. Minion says, have you played Minion Rush? I have. Oliver says, do you play Body Cam? It's realistic. I've seen it, I haven't played it though. Gon says, my psychologist told me that I should kiss Benitez Propel. What? Randy says, Don, I've been watching since your very first stream. Why are the questions so tame now? I remember when every question was crude and focused on your love for the movie Ass Wide Open. Have the comments become more tame? I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Spring says, have you played Five Nights at Freddy's? I haven't. United Nations says, hi. Hi. Spineless says, OMG, you're my favorite transgender YouTuber. Thank you so much for being a transgender icon. I'm transgender. Real says Minecraft or Terraria. Minecraft. Adversary says, remember me. I've changed my name a few times but kept the theme. I don't remember you. Can you remind me your name? Pormer2 says, everyone transgender. Okay. Okay, cool guy says, is YouTube a passion for you or more like a job? Currently, a passion. And I see that Sasquatch of yours from Red Dead. You eat babies. Alana says you are cool. Thank you. Spring says, who will win in a fight, a lion or a tiger? A tiger. Adversary says, never mind. What does Benitez mean? It doesn't mean anything. There's no definition. What do you mean, never mind? You should tell me your previous name. Saz says, do you have a good and healthy social life? I mean, yeah, but it could be better. Okay says, berries and mushrooms. That's what you eat, not babies. Okay. The Potter says, do you believe in superpower like Captain America? No. Damien says, oh my god, I'm so damn lucky. My best friend just asked me out. Happy to hear. Yor says, look, me or you love Allah. I don't believe in Islam. Angel says, you are still awake? How, bro? You've been up since 4 a.m. I'm not sleepy, that's why. The Potter says, you really should. I can save your life. I should what? Gon says, are you a good boy? I don't know what that means. Frammy says, how much were your headphones? $20. Daniel says, what's going on with the countdown, Don? You're scaring me. It's just when I end the stream. Helty says, do you like anime? Not particularly. Frammy says, nice. Okay. Gon says, do you want to be a good boy? I mean, it depends what you mean by that. Damien says, I have a girlfriend. I thought I was gonna be single forever. I'm glad that you're not. The Potter says, Potter, you have the real Potter. Do we have two Potters in the chat? Looks like we do. The Potter says it's not me. Do you have an imposter? Okay. Gon says, good boy means that Benitez is the son of Bennett P. Okay. Oh, yeah. That does mean that. Son of Ben. Yeah. Alana says bye. Bye, Alana. Silly says, are you LGBTQ? Well, I'm heterosexual, straight, so I guess not. Oliver says, Dawn, do you have a girlfriend or not? I'm gonna keep that private. Walk says this is fake. I'm human, and this is not pre-recorded. Yarrick says, are you lesbian? Were you not listening just a second ago? Will says, are you a firearms owner? I feel like I should keep that private. Magic says, some of these questions don't stake any men's grammar bad. Okay. Markin says, I love pictures of islands on their sides. Okay. Nathan says, who do you respect the most? Well, one of them is Horma 2. The Potter says she later manages to catch them up on the buildings, easily destroys the bananas. Check. The Potter says she later manages to catch them up on the buildings, easily destroys the bananas fired by the monkeys, and grips Melman's neck with an animal snare as the helicopter is leaving. I remember that. Nathan says, thanks for reading my message. No problem. Gon says, are you associated with the ISO organization that secures quality? No. Ray says, have you ever nutted in a biznatch only to regret it later? No comment. Magic says, I like this music. I'm glad to hear magic. Minion says, I don't believe in any religion. Me either. Sonic says, I beat all the Titan in Sonic Frontiers. Okay. Yarrick says, do you prefer old memes or new memes? I mean, I don't really care. I'm not into memes too much. No Name says, hi. Hello, No Name. Walk says, can you say goo goo gaga? There you go. Drek says, do you believe in objective morality? I used to, but not anymore. Wilhelm says, you are 100% a firearms owner, haha. Maybe. You could be wrong. Al says, did he just say I meme? I don't really care. I said that I'm not really into memes. Lauren says hi. Hello, Lauren. Just Random says hi. Hi, Just Random. Gon says, do you want to be associated with the ISO organization that secures quality? I mean, I don't really know what that means. I mean, if being associated with that means that I have, like, I don't know what that means. Ray says, my last girlfriend was a blah blah blah. I condemn your comment. The Potter says, intimidating French woman. Dubois' appearance ironically resembles a circus clown. She has a large torso with big breasts, a thick gut, and a big butt. Okay. One of my favorite scenes from that movie, Madagascar 3, is that line, are you 6? Yes, I am 6. Pixel says, do you have headset dent? I do. I'll show it since you asked. Hopefully, did you see it? Hopefully you got a good look at it. There you go. It's just a dent in the hair, not in the skull. Drexel says, shut the hell up, Madagascar 3. I like that guy's Madagascar 3, comments. Fish says, how long have you been estrogen maxing? I mean, isn't everyone in the modern world doing that? Isn't it kind of unavoidable? Frammy says, who would win in a fight? 2 very aggressive grizzly bears or 4 tigers? I would say the tigers. Daryl says, Don, you're a good friend. A good parasocial friend, yeah. Fish says, no, only people in the US. I see. Yeah, that makes some sense. Other countries too, but Just Random says, I'm sick. Okay. Damien says, yo, I can't be the only one who pissed off with Nintendo. They keep banning Pokemon Brick, Bronze on Roblox. I mean, I don't play Roblox. Maisie says, what job did you dream to have when you were young? A paleontologist. Daniel says, how much for you to ride the unicycle and stream? I mean, I think my unicycle's broken, so I would have to fix it. I don't really want to have to do all that, so $500, it's a bad deal, don't do it. Daryl says, Don, you're a really good friend and never make fun, Don. I might make fun of people. Gon says, this question is no joke. How many subscribers and you get a sub in your room with you? What? Frammy says, you're a really cool guy. Thank you. Ali the AI says, Don, you've got 5 new emojis now. Big Mac, fries, Coke, Happy Don, and Sad Don. But I'm gonna be honest, Happy Don and Sad Don look like twins. I have new emojis. Did you make me emojis? I hope you didn't, because as I said, I don't plan on making memberships. It would be cool though to see those emojis if you did make them. I'll make sure to accept your friend request on Discord later. Porma2 says, I remember the happy face, Don. I screenshotted it. The happy face? Was it when I got a super chat earlier? I remember smiling a lot when I was receiving super chats earlier. The Potter says, Dubois sports unusual strength, being able to break through concrete walls by charging at them, perform acrobatic feats of stealth, move with agility on all fours, and track down animals. Oh yeah, I do remember her tracking abilities. She was sniffing the ground. Paul says, what is your favorite Switch game? I don't have a Switch. But Odyssey looks interesting. Joe says, why are you ignoring the Robs? Am I? I don't think so. Damien says, does that mean you're replacing it for eating the for eating the Big Mac for 500 to ride the unicycle? No. Both are currently valid. Okay says, favorite TV show or movie? What's a movie I like? I like Barry Lyndon. Frammy says, you're a Sigma boy? I don't think I am. Saws says, if you wanted to be a paleontologist, you might like a cancelled British TV show called Primeval. I mean, currently, I don't want to. I've just about lost all of my passion for that, so I don't know about that TV show recommendation. Maisie says, what is your biggest dream in life? Well, one of them is to make a Minecraft server. The Potter says, Dubois sports unusual strength. I already read that. I have received a $10 super chat. Thank you, Squirrel. Squirrel Hunter Bass Catcher. I really appreciate it. Squirrel says, hey Don, you're cool. Here you go. Thank you, Squirrel. I appreciate you calling me cool and for the $10. I'm going to make you a mod, Squirrel. For the rest of the stream, that is. And by the way, this mod is just ornamental. Do not actually delete messages or ban people. Thank you again, Squirrel. I really appreciate your super chat. $10, wow. Duck says, are you Chinese? I am not. Collector Nick says, I'm really craving a Big Mac, but I don't think I should give in. I mean, you should follow what you're thinking. Don't give in. McDonald's is unhealthy. Adversary says, no, he's Hispanic. I mean, Hispanic isn't a race. Okay says, what does parasocial mean? Why don't you look it up? It's tiring to try to explain that complex idea. Joe says, there's a woman under his desk. Nope. I'm not like clavicular. Allie the AI says, yes, I did. I'll send them to you right after the stream. Okay, I look forward to it. Cam says, I work at McDonald's. Am I a bad person? No. Jeb says, should Democrat males be allowed in girls' restrooms? No comment. Desad says, why are you being so parasocial? People can't help it. I can't help it. Walk says, read this Diddy blood. There you go. Real General says, do a strange face. No. No Care says, no one should be in a woman's restrooms. There's little girls in there, weirdos. That's a good point. Frammy says, I feel like I'm going to shit myself after eating 500 chicken nuggets. Ah. Okay. Real says, why not? I want to screenshot it. I don't really want to. Squirrel Hunter Bass Catcher says, thumbs up emoji. Thanks for the mod, even if it's just for the stream. You're welcome, Squirrel. I can now more easily see your messages in the sea of chat messages. Call Me says, do you have a nickname? I get called Donnie sometimes, but I don't like it. Emily says, where are you, FRKM? Where am I from? The USA. Saz says, do you have any other passions? Video editing. Frammy says, by the way, I liked and subbed. Cool. Yaz says, do you play Minecraft sometimes? Cam says, what are your thoughts on God? I don't believe that any of the religions are true. Call Me says, what's up, Donnie? Hello, Call Me. I don't know why you're saying what's up. I feel like you've been here for a while. Okay says, should I bet 30 on RainBet? No, I think you should delete RainBet. Addy says, Wasp. Okay. Walk says, do you like toilets? Yes and no, they're useful, but they're gross. Duo says, who's Tori or something? I heard someone say they comment a lot here. You may be thinking about Torah. There's someone named Torah that comments a lot here, and they have a cat profile picture. I wonder if you're Torah on a different account, because it's pretty coincidental that you also have a cat. Daniel says, I'll genuinely send 371 pounds if you attempt to ride your broken unicycle on stream. I'm not gonna do that. You would have to send the money first. And also, I would have to go find it. I would have to go take like a 10-minute break. That would suck. And also, it's a bad deal. You don't want to spend that much money to see me do that. Don't do that. Adversary says, what if a billionaire wants to be a blah blah blah? Would you still feel bad for the deal? I don't know what that is. Waka says, your voice sounds so deep. Are you 50? I am not 50. Sonic fan says, what's your favorite Sonic game? I remember playing this Sonic game on the Wii. I think it was called like the 7 Rings or something. I like that one. Mal says war. Okay. Adversary says a member sorry. I speak German and it's autocorrect. Okay. Some tall guy says what the hell is the music in the back? It's... what is it? It's a song by Notch, the creator of Minecraft. Corrupt says he will never fit in the carry-on, but his head will. And her declaration, I have finally reached the moment that I've been preparing my entire life. The pinnacle of my career, to hunt the king. Oh, is that a Madagascar 3 quote? Cool. This channel says, hi, I'm new here on the stream. Welcome. Gon says, how many subs for a face reveal? I'm doing a face reveal right now. Okay, cool guy says C418. No, literally the creator of Notch made this song. Sonic fan says, 7 rings in hand. Okay. Haha says, what time is it there? On God. I'm not gonna say, but it is the morning. Hulk says, hello, I'm depressed. I'm sorry to hear that. Roger says, remember the angels that rebelled once? Yeah, wasn't Lucifer a part of that? Wimpy says, bro, you know all of these things? What? Call Me says, what's the weirdest name you heard? That I've been called? Eduardo Cullen, because they're trying to say that I represent Edward Cullen, but that I'm also, you know, I have his Mexican ancestry. Swiss says, do you know yourself? Somewhat. Bion says, laughing out loud. Call Me says, period. Okay. Trino says, what's your real name? No comment. Corrupt says, I am the Potter. I don't believe you. Helty says, you should watch Spirited Away. It is the best anime movie. I have watched that. It's a good movie. No Face is cool. Zalo says, are you trans? No. Ali the AI says, have you ever eaten at Don Benitez restaurants? I haven't, but I do know that that restaurant does exist. Gon says, would you be a toilet if the client was a goth mommy? No, I don't like scat. Liam says, what is 2 times plus 4 times minus 7? I don't know. That almost seems like it's poorly formatted. I don't know. Well, actually, I maybe I could solve that. I don't know. Krupp says, I made a hole in my Hedwig plush. Now believe me? What? Gon says, how many subs for you to do 2 face reveals? I mean, every second I'm technically doing a face reveal. Daniel says, what are your thoughts on looks maxing? I mean, I'm not gonna do it myself. I'm not gonna bone smash. I'm not gonna inject HGH or whatever. It's not a thing I'm interested in. Walk says, you sound genuinely like an AI. Say Baja Blast if you're real. There you go. Damien says, if you were transferred to the Upside Down, how long you surviving? Not that long. Sile says, chat down, horrifically bad. Okay. JK says, bro, you still on? I went to use the bathroom at work. Yep, still on. 25 minutes left. Helty says, tell me your paranormal experience. I mean, I was somewhat afraid of ghosts when I was a kid, but I never actually as a kid thought I saw a ghost. I was just afraid of them. Train says, have you ever tried a moldy bread? No. Allie the AI says 2x plus parentheses 4x minus 7. I think my first step is I would have to like multiply by -1, I think. I'm not gonna do the whole thing, but I think the first step is multiplying by -1. Don Yarndall says, yay, let's go stream. Okay. Bexley says, what's the timer for? It's when I end the stream. The first captain says, when I was a kid, I thought I saw Jesus. It was my friend's dad who had long hair. Funny. Also, if you weren't here, I did put your bingo on the screen. By the way, this is a bingo thing the first captain made. It's pretty cool. He was playing it. Daniel says, it's no joke, I will send the money before you do it. I have people here saying you won't do it. We are drunk and you were on the TV. What's your PayPal? I mean, I don't have a PayPal. I'd be willing to do it though for you know, never mind. Flame says, why do you never smile? Because it's just the way my personality is. JK says, whatever emoji that is. By the way, never mind. JT says, what is the stinkiest poo if never want a maximum amount of water in the world? What? Kesa says, can there be a non-evil pedophile? I don't know. Probably not. JK says, random spam emoji. What? Damien says, I need to go to bed, 3:57 a.m. If I don't, I'ma hate myself in the morning. Okay. By the way, if you do a Magneta super chat, a Magneta, like the pink one, I'll go and look for the unicycle and bring it in my room. And then after, you can do a red super chat and then I'll ride it. If you really want that, but don't do it. I wouldn't do it. It's a stupid deal. Philomosity says, good morning, John. This is your daily reminder to take care of your eyes, my guy. Stay classy. Thank you. Porma2 says, why the fuck did he say Magneta that way? I don't know. Squirrel Hunter Bass Catcher says, the answer is infinite solutions because the equation simplifies to -7 equals -7. Any value you choose for x will make the equation true. Okay. Gon says, I am an engineer. Okay. Frisk says, would you ever date another man? No. Someone says, how did Max Mayfield in Stranger graduate? She was in a coma. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm says, Magenta is how you pronounce Magneta. Oh, okay. Magenta, of course. It's not Magneta. Magneta is a creation of my mind. Magenta is how you really pronounce it. I see what Pormatu is saying. Magenta. Call Me says, have you ever prank called? I haven't. It seems fun though. Pelty says, what is the furthest place you have ever visited? I've only been to one continent, I'll say that. JK says, isn't it weird when you are in a bathroom stall and someone comes in very next one when there are plenty of other open ones? That is pretty weird. By the way, again about the unicycle, if you super chat a Magenta super chat, I'll go find the unicycle and bring it in here. And then if you give another Magenta super chat, I'll try to ride it. But again, it's not a good deal. But I would like it though because I like money. I'm Otter says, what color braces should I get? Ones that are not distracting, like gray or something. JK says, I had the volume up loud. When you read my message in the bathroom, he heard it laughing out loud. That's pretty funny. Porma2 says, I think there's a 500 USD maximum donor per day. Okay. I mean, I don't think that interferes with me. Bexley says, when did you start doing YouTube? I mean, my very first video was in 2015. Daniel says, first time sending in super chat. I think we need details on there. You had better do it. What do you mean? I think we need details on there. Okay says, have you ever watched Demon Slayer? I haven't. Roger says, something from me hates myself when I see one. Is that what I want? What? Bone says, I think he's about to send. Maybe. Sonic says, hedgehog, running person emoji, blue heart emoji equals Sonic. True. Porma2 says gay boy hours. Okay. Weimer says, I am from Europe and it's 16 o'clock, so if you're from the US, it's in the morning, right? It is the morning. Walk says, what do you like about the US? I like its food. I'm Otter says, some of these comments are making my head hurt with the way they use grammar and syntax formatting. Yeah, me too. Someone says, how about China? I don't know about China, but I've heard that their freedoms are very limited, and that doesn't seem appealing to me. Call Me says, can you make a joke? A man walks into a bar. Bonk. He actually walked into it. Roger says, Goy my fend. What? Cyber says, what is this stream about? just me reading chat messages. The Potter says, bravo, bravo. What a heartwarming performance by Monsieur Antoinette. It brings tears to my eyes. Laughs. No, not really. Okay. Roger says, what? I don't know if you are calling me a goy or... Sep says bonk, ha ha ha. Okay. Weimer says, stop talking about freedom limits. You in the US are ruled by a dictator. Isn't the US one of the most free places on the earth? Porma2 says, where is it kept? Outside. It's probably kind of gross. If some reason I don't have the unicycle, I'll donate I'll donate whatever I get that was sent for the unicycle to charity. Otter says, you seem tired, man, after these streams. Go take a nap after this, then keep pushing, bro. Bye now. Bye, Otter. AM says, what you say about Syria? I heard that was a dangerous place to be. Ali the AI says, here's a joke for you to tell Don. My girlfriend tried to leave me, so I stole her wheelchair, and she came crawling back. No comment. Rico says, I'm happy I made it into the stream before it ended. Welcome. In-N-Out Burger says, oh my Lanta, I'm awake. A Don's live? I am. I don't usually stream at this time. Also, I apologize, In-N-Out, for not reading your entire super chat last time. I only read a portion of your super chat. That was messed up of me. I remember you saying in the part of the super chat that I didn't read to buy a 4x4 from In-N-Out. That's not really my thing. I like just one patty. And you also said to go check out this other channel and leave a comment saying, why did you kill In-N-Out? I did do that. The Potter says, attention, I have found the lion. He is hiding with the circus. Madagascar 3, okay. Daniel says, it's not allowing more than 190 pounds. We're not sending it if you won't do it. I mean, I said earlier that all you gotta do is send one magenta super chat. I'll go find my unicycle and bring it in here, and then send another magenta, and I'll actually ride it. And that's 100 USD for me. I don't know what that is in pounds. Sock says, femboy needs a skirt. Not interested. Bone says, how much money makes it magenta? I mean, look, you should be able to see, like, click that money $ icon down there and use the scroll thing. The Potter says, if I'm going down, your head is coming with me. Fighting Alex while almost falling into the penguin pool full of cobras, to which Alex refused. Okay. Weimer says, yeah, for sure, just an orange man doing what the fuck he wants and randomly attacking countries. Okay. You know what? Actually, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go see if I have my unicycle, if it even exists. I'm considering even lowering the amount. I apologize for leaving. I shouldn't have done that. I didn't find it. I'm sure it's around here somewhere, but I couldn't find it. Maybe next stream. Next stream. Super says you Kai what? Porma2 says you owe us 2 minutes view time. You're totally right. Actually, I'll do that. Daniel says you kinda mog clavicular. I don't know about that. Unforgettable says $1 or mystery magenta dollar. Magenta dollar. Bone says what a guy. Okay. Again, do not super chat for the unicycle. I couldn't find it. Possibly next stream. It's Rose says, do you like Stranger Things? I do not. The Potter says, it was never about the money. It was about, points to Alex, the lion. Please say what the fuck in a French accent. What? X says, do you believe in Gravity Zero? I don't know what that is. Captain says, do you own any $2 bills? I don't. Alf says, bro, got that $1 mic that Indian scam callers use. No comment. Cyber says, do you watch Better Call Saul? I've watched it. Slash says, I hope your stream is fun. It has been. Ali the AI says, do you like the show Fallout? I haven't watched it. Roger says, the circus and the Olympus aren't the place that made us nitpick ourselves from the world. Passports, Palantir, and armies are the fallen angels. What? The Potter says, Don, please say the fuck in a French accent. I don't really know how to do that. And I don't really want to. I don't like doing voices or accents or impressions. Alphonse says, do you support the person who said, do you support the person who supported the person who supported the French? Sure. Cyber says, what's your favorite corn category? My favorite category of pornography? I don't like pornography. Roger says, we are the fallen angels, are we? Maybe. Ellen K says, I just joined and I liked and subbed. What's your favorite game? Not the Red Dead 1. Daniel says, take care, Don. It's a shame you couldn't find the unicycle. Yeah, it is a shame. Said says, I have an exam tomorrow. Alright. Bone says, I hate being on a different account, but my other phone is slow. I love smoking while I watch you. I'm glad that you enjoy my streams. And I think I remember you, like even though you're on a different account. There's only so many people that go by Bones. I'm pretty sure that you've super chatted via Cash App before. And I appreciate it if you are that person. Roger says, I like chocolates. I don't. Squirrel says, I just downloaded Red Dead 1 Undead Nightmare last night. You eat babies. That's the Sasquatch's line. You eat babies. Michael says, I'm touching myself. Okay. The 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 Potter says in Madagascar 3, Europe's Most Wanted 2012, Captain Chantal Dubois sings the classic French song Non je ne regrette rien. Okay. Stick says I love your stream. Thank you. Call Me says sun cloud emoji. Okay. X says, do you read manga or watch anime? I do not. Bone says, wrong person, Don. It's the Sekiro guy. Never been in the stream on Bones before. Okay. What's up, Sekiro? The Potter says, the Patter. Yeah, I accidentally said that. Train says, go to sleep, bro. I'm not tired. Moi says, bro, this guy is commenting about the Quranic verse over and over again. Read his comments so he stops spamming. Is there someone doing that? I'll look for that guy right now. Where is this guy? Where is this guy? Where is this guy? I don't see anything that looks like it could come from the Quran or is Arabic or anything. Okay says, do you choose which comments are displayed? I do. I have to click them. Porma2 says, chat big gay. Okay. La says, it's my birthday. Okay. Happy birthday, La Renetta. Chunky Sweat says, I remember you was conflicted misusing your influence. Sometimes I did the same. Okay. Hi, Chunky. Crash says, hey, I wish I could say the N-word. Okay. The Potter says, voiced by an Oscar winner. She is voiced by Frances McDormand, marking the actress's first ever voice role in a feature-length animated film. Okay. Moi says his name is Sardar Muswer. Okay. I'll keep a... Maybe I'll choose his comment soon. Cyber says Quran 2881. Stop wasting your liquids on filth. Cleanse your soul and be pure and lower the age of consent. I was suspicious that wasn't real, beginning with the fact that you spelled wasting wrong, and then that last line confirmed it. Crash says whoever moves first is transgender. I guess I'm transgender because I'm moving. Walk says, I'm back. What's up, Neo? I'm Neo. I look like Keanu? Okay. Minion says, how old are you? An adult. Alexandria says, what the fuck was that music? Are we supposed to feel uncomfortable? It's supposed to be the opposite. Chunky Sweat says, hi Don. What's up? Charlie says, Messi or Ronaldo? Messi. Bone says, please hate in the music. Wait, I read that wrong, sorry. Don't hate in the music. I don't hate it, I like it a lot. But I don't know, I guess this music is not that guy's taste. Chris says hi. Hello, Chris. Yo Vince says, go to sleep, Donnie. Maybe I will soon. Drex says, best food starting with T. The only food that I can think of is tamales, but I don't like tamales. Cyber says, end it, Donnie. There's nothing fun left. No. Okay, cool guy says 5 minutes. Okay. Porma2 says the hamburger. That's cheating. It's Rose says, I like yaoi. Okay. Helty says, sing a song. No. Sastuk says, are you gonna sleep with me yet? Nope. The Real says, can you shout me out. I don't do shoutouts. Fatima says, I like chicken. Me too. Porma2 says, Tham Burger. What's that? You just made that up, probably. Roger says, did we fail, or were we too scared to give up? What? Malcolm says, go to bed, bro. It's the AM. Maybe I will soon. Daniel says, your nan. What? Someone says, why do we make candy so sweet and fun when we know too much of it can harm our bodies? Because it's sweet and fun. Drexel says, my cat is cute. Okay. Skittle says, it's a morning for me. Me too. Okay says, have you slept at all or nah? I have. Porma2 says, another young celebrity lost to a life of drugs. I'll be there when it happens. Are you saying I'm gonna fall into drugs? I don't think I am. Roger says, look, that's what I hear. What? Skittle says, I recommend ultra low latency for the lowest stream delay. It's on ultra low latency. Drexel says parasocial slaps. Okay. X says hello. Hello, X. Fatima says I love you. Okay. X says she sells seashells by the seashore. Okay. OG says, Don, you burned calories by finding your unicycle. I did. I actually ran around. X says, yeah, I'm immediately subbing. Okay. L says, notice me. There you go. Q says, what's good? Hi, Q. Man says, give me your race tier list. I'm not going to do that. Chunky Sweat says, once upon a time I was young and broke, but I'm happy to say after much dedication and hard work, I'm not young anymore. That doesn't take hard work. Addison says, hi. Hello, Addison. The Real says, what do you like more, dogs or cats? I like dogs. Anonymous says, Monomatramicoscopics Ivlinosis. Okay. Gam says, will you play FNAF? No. Unforgettable says, when I was born, I was a kid. I mean, more like a baby. Daniel says, so what are you calling drugs? Phone emoji. What? Q says, oh, you're a new content creator. I hope you get 1 million subs. Thank you. Fatima says fentanyl. Okay. Porma2 says, neither of my parents showed up to my birth. That can't be possible. Anonymous says, is cake even it's a cupcake? Yeah. Oliver says, I eat dirt. Okay. Radiohead fan forever says, buddy, I saw you 3 a.m. this morning. How long have you been live? And how are you? I've been live for like 4 hours and I feel pretty good. Somewhat tired, but only somewhat. X says, can you name a Finnish food starting with the letter R? Ramen. That's not Finnish at all. But that's the only food I can even think of, so. Porma2 says, I love being in blankets, especially when your room is cold. Roger says, filling questions with blanks and answers with questions will definitely do. What? Porma2 says, Ramburger. That's cheating. Unknown says, dude, you've been streaming for hours. Don't ever stop. I will be stopping in 30 seconds. Moi says, bro, Sadar Meswar is saying something. Hear him out. I'll look for him. I'm spending the last moments of my life looking for this guy's comment. Where are you, Moas Sardar? Okay, here's a comment. I found your comment. Muasamed says, bro, should I say what he is saying? What? I can't end it off on a nonsensical comment. Ali the AI says, Dawn, I made a Roblox character emoji from your image. That sounds cute. I'm not into Roblox, but that sounds cute though. Alright, I'm ending the stream now. Bye everyone. Thank you, Jacqueline, Thorn King, Don, Daniel, for your super chats. I really appreciate it. Bye.